Say something, I'm giving up on you. I'll be the one if you want me to. And anywhere I would have followed you. Say something, I'm giving up on you. And I'm feeling so small. It was over my head. I know nothing at all. And I will stumble and fall. I'm still learning to love, just starting to crawl. Say something, I'm giving up on you. I'm sorry that I couldn't get to you. And anywhere I would have followed you. Say something, I'm giving up on you. And I will swallow my pride. You're the one that I love, and I'm saying goodbye. Say something, I'm giving up on you. I'm sorry that I couldn't get to you. Anywhere I would have followed you. Whoa, oh. Say something, I'm giving up on you. Say something, I'm giving up on you. Say something.
Hey, y'all. That's a song I didn't think I'd ever play. Sometimes you just have to accept some things weren't meant to be. Yeah, they both do. All right, who do we got here? Excuse me. Virginia. That was quite a while ago. Hey, Cheryl. What life is all? Be charming. Be charming. I'm curious about that moving blood thing. Hey, Mary. And yeah, I missed being on Cola. Sorry about that. Blue Butterfly, good to see you. Hey, Daniel. All right. I have a few things to share with y'all tonight that I found interesting. I don't know if it'll be for y'all. Cruising Carpenter, good to see you. Go ahead and drop the link before I start playing these, and we'll see what happens. Oh, I understand, Chris and Carpenter. It's not going to be late for me either. Let's see. First is this one. Let me see. Enlarge it. Nope, not yet. I didn't. Okay. I'm figuring this out. Here we go.
What began as a quiet, almost routine announcement from Buckingham Palace quickly spiraled into one of the most emotionally charged royal controversies of the decade. Princess Diana, beloved by millions, has remained untouched in her private resting place for over 27 years. But now the royal family's huge announcement about Princess Diana's tomb just shocks everyone. The whisper before the storm. It began quietly, with a press release from the Royal Communications Office on a gray Tuesday morning. As the announcement went out, it was largely unnoticed at first. No press conference, no televised address, just a plain digital dispatch with the crest of Buckingham Palace faintly embossed in the header, as cold and formal as it was, earth-shaking. Most who read it scanned the first few lines with detached curiosity, expecting another procedural update, perhaps about renovations at Kensington Palace or a charity initiative under the Prince of Wales. But buried within the text, wrapped in a veil of careful wording and emotional restraint, was a phrase that shattered the stillness like thunder rolling in from a distant storm. Given recent developments regarding Princess Diana's burial site, the royal household is in the process of reviewing materials that may lead to a formal investigation. There it was, cool, controlled, deceptively gentle. Yet beneath those words was a tectonic shift, a hint that something long buried, both literally and metaphorically, was being stirred again. It had been over 25 years since the world last gathered in stunned unity to mourn her passing on August 31st, 1997, a day still vivid in the nation's collective memory. Over 2.5 billion people around the globe tuned in to watch her funeral, marking an unforgettable moment in history. Now, with those words, we were pulled backward through time, back into the fog of tragedy, suspicion, and unresolved grief. The timing couldn't have been more jarring, with King Charles undergoing cancer treatment, Prince William burdened by new royal responsibilities, and the monarchy under a microscope like never before. And yet, there it was. A whisper in an official document, but one that cut through the British reign like a knife through silk. The speculation was instant. What could have possibly prompted such a move? Had new evidence surfaced? Was it political pressure, a forensic anomaly, or something more, something darker? For many, it reignited long-held suspicions about the crash in Paris, the shadowy figures, the inconsistencies in the reports, and the silence that followed. For others, it was an affront, disturbing the peace of a woman who had already suffered more than most in life. But regardless of which side one fell on, everyone agreed on one thing: something was coming. Something bigger than anyone expected. A burial shrouded in controversy. The morning after the world learned of Diana's death, time seemed to stand still. Across continents, candlelight vigils lit the night like stars fallen to earth. People wept openly on live television. Children clutched newspaper clippings. News anchors struggled to maintain composure. It wasn't just the death of a princess. It was the death of a symbol, of kindness, of rebellion within royalty, of humanity wrapped in tiaras. But it was what happened after her death that has continued to ignite whispers behind palace doors and on dark corners of the internet alike. Traditionally, members of the British royal family are interred with elaborate ceremonies, often entombed in Westminster Abbey, St. George's Chapel, or other sacred royal vaults steeped in centuries of pageantry. Yet Diana, once married to the future king and mother to the next in line, was not granted that ritual. Instead, her body was laid to rest alone on a small tree-draped island in the middle of the oval lake at Althorpe, the Spencer family estate. The site was tranquil, yes, picturesque even. But to some, it felt more like exile than honor. There were no public visits, no guided tours, no access beyond the water's edge. Visitors can only view the site from a distance, and there are no tours or direct access to the grave. While the burial is considered a respectful and tranquil resting place, some have expressed that its isolation gives it an almost mythical, distant quality, as if the public's connection to her was deliberately placed out of reach. At the time, Charles Spencer, Diana's younger brother, publicly insisted that the decision was to protect her. "She deserves a place of peace, not spectacle," he said during the televised eulogy, his voice shaking. "Somewhere she can finally be safe." But in private, tensions were rising. Newly declassified internal correspondences from 1997, discovered in a batch of archived documents released under a Freedom of Information request, reveal a different story. Letters between palace aides and senior members of the Spencer family show clear signs of conflict. The royal family reportedly wanted a more traditional burial, perhaps not Westminster, but certainly somewhere more visible. Yet the Spencers resisted, citing Diana's fraught relationship with the institution. Stranger still, a diary entry, reportedly recovered from a close friend of Diana, claimed the princess had confided her burial wishes months before her death. "If something happens to me," she had allegedly written, "I don't want to be left in that place. I belong somewhere the people can find me." That place being Althorpe, and yet Althorpe is where she was buried, with unprecedented security. Cameras, motion-triggered alarms, armed guards, some even posted underwater to prevent any unauthorized access to the lake bed. Why so much secrecy for a woman who once walked freely among crowds, shook hands without gloves, and embraced the sick and the poor against royal protocol? The public was told it was about privacy, about dignity, about keeping the site from becoming a media circus. But even that narrative has begun to erode in the wake of more recent discoveries. A confidential report from French authorities, quietly reevaluated in 2017 but never publicly acknowledged, documented inconsistencies in the timeline between the crash and the transport of Diana's body. She was repatriated to Britain at record speed, so quickly in fact that several standard autopsy procedures were skipped. Toxicology samples were limited. No independent forensic review was granted before the coffin was sealed, under lead no less, making exhumation nearly impossible without damaging the remains. And here lies the question that refuses to die: why the rush? Some believe the answer lies in control, in the delicate dance between the monarchy and the media, between the Spencer family's desire to shield Diana and the royal family's need to contain the narrative. Others speculate darker reasons involving what Diana may have known or intended to reveal in the days leading up to her death. Because the truth is, Diana was no longer just a royal. She was a rogue force, loved by the people but viewed by the firm as unpredictable, perhaps even dangerous. Her relationship with Dodi Al-Fayed, her humanitarian efforts beyond royal oversight, her rumored plans to move to the US and redefine her global image, all of it posed a threat to the crown's control over its most famous former member. So was her burial at Althorpe truly about peace? Or was it about putting distance between Diana and the legacy she was building? As her island remains locked away, so too does the truth. And perhaps, just perhaps, that's exactly how someone wanted it. The secret beneath the lake. Earlier this year, during what was meant to be a routine erosion control assessment near the ornamental lake at the Althorpe estate, structural engineers stumbled upon something wholly unexpected. As part of a long-planned shoreline stabilization project, sonar scans were being conducted beneath the small, man-made island at the center of the lake, the very island where Princess Diana was laid to rest. Initially, the engineers believed they had located nothing more than structural reinforcement, perhaps remnants of earlier construction meant to protect the burial site from water damage over time. But the data told a different story. Beneath the surface, embedded deep within the silt and stone, lay something far more complex. A sealed concrete vault, large, purposeful, and most unsettling of all, not found on any estate blueprints, burial records, or architectural logs maintained since the 1997 reinterment of Diana, Princess of Wales. Its presence was as inexplicable as it was deliberate. The shape of the vault was unconventional, not merely a box, but a geometric anomaly, a chamber within a chamber that defied easy explanation. Internal echo mapping revealed layered hollows and structured compartments, suggesting not just storage, but design, precision. intent. Alarmed by the find, local officials escalated the matter, but before word could spread, the Crown intervened. In hushed coordination with the royal household, a team of forensic historians, archaeologists, and military-grade structural analysts were flown in under non-disclosure orders. Their task was twofold: identify the vault's purpose and determine whether it posed a risk, structurally, historically, or reputationally. After days of preliminary scans and silent night operations on the estate grounds, the team issued a quiet internal statement to the palace. The contents of the vault are inconsistent with the known burial artifacts listed in 1997. What exactly lay within that sealed vault, and why it had been omitted from every official record, remains tightly classified, but the implication was chilling. Harry and William pulled back in. The revelation sent ripples through the highest levels of the monarchy, long before the public ever got wind of it. According to sources close to the palace, it was King Charles III himself who made the decision to inform his sons personally. The phone calls were not scheduled, not filtered through aides. Charles reached out directly, one after the other, requesting their presence at Althorp with a tone described as grave by insiders. Within 72 hours, both Prince William and Prince Harry arrived quietly at the estate, just as dawn was breaking over the frost-lined grass of Northamptonshire. William arrived promptly, accompanied by elite members of the Royal Security Unit and senior legal advisors from the palace chambers. But Harry, having traveled from the US, needed a bit more time. He reportedly arrived a few hours later, flown in via a private jet, accompanied by his security detail and an additional private counsel who had not previously been associated with royal affairs. No press was notified. No statements were made. The gates of Althorp closed silently behind them. For nearly 7 hours, the brothers remained on the grounds, meeting behind locked doors with King Charles and Earl Spencer, Diana's brother and the custodian of the estate. What was said in that meeting remains a mystery, protected by generations of royal protocol. But what emerged from that room left a visible mark. One long-serving staff member stationed near the side entrance to the estate chapel whispered to a fellow worker as the brothers left, "They looked like they'd seen a ghost." William's expression was blank, haunted even. Harry's jaw was clenched, his knuckles white as he gripped the SUV door. Neither acknowledged the small group of estate staff who had lined the path out of quiet respect. From that moment forward, the tone within royal circles changed. Something had been found beneath the lake, and whatever it was, it pulled the two estranged brothers back into a story neither of them were prepared to revisit: the royal announcement. At precisely 4 p.m. GMT, the ornate double doors of the Buckingham Palace media wing creaked open. Out stepped Sir Malcolm Withers, a senior royal spokesperson known for his icy composure and unshakable loyalty to the House of Windsor. But on this day, even he looked unsettled. The weight of history pressed against every word that followed. As part of our ongoing investigation into certain materials discovered at Althorp Estate, he began, his voice tight with restraint, we are formally announcing that discussions are currently underway regarding the possible temporary opening of the tomb of Diana, Princess of Wales. A stunned silence rippled through the assembled press corps. Gasps were audible. The royal family's huge announcement about Princess Diana's tomb just shocked everyone. This was not just a royal update. It's an historic tremor, and this is disturbing. For the first time since that sorrowful day in 1997, when the world watched Diana be laid to rest on a secluded island within her family's ancestral estate, the possibility of disturbing her final resting place was being entertained. And it was no longer a rumor. It was real. What exactly had been found? Why now, after 27 years of near silence? Was this truly about honoring Diana, or was something else at play? The palace refused to elaborate, but whispers spread like wildfire. Some speculated it was about long-lost letters, possibly locked away in a secret compartment near her burial site. Others believed it had to do with an item that didn't belong, something placed there deliberately, either as tribute or as a warning. And then, the most shocking rumor of all emerged from an unnamed insider: DNA verification. The implications were immediate. Was this about questioning maternity, paternity, or even more unthinkable? Was something in the royal bloodline being challenged? As the broadcast ended and the camera feed cut, one thing became unmistakably clear. This announcement wasn't just a royal formality. It was a spark in dry grass. The storm had only just begun. The Paris connection reopened. For years, the flames of conspiracy had flickered quietly, but now, seemingly out of nowhere, they roared back to life. And once again, all eyes turned to Paris. It wasn't just nostalgia or the haunting memories of that tragic night in 1997. No, something deeper was stirring. A timeline riddled with inconsistencies was being revisited. Researchers, journalists, and digital sleuths alike began combing through every shred of documentation, every photograph, every decision made in those fateful hours following the crash. The spotlight fell hard on the French autopsy report, curiously brief and lacking in the thoroughness expected for someone of Diana's global stature. Even stranger, key medical files remain sealed by French authorities to this day, locked away from both the public and independent forensic review. Why? What secrets were they trying to preserve? But perhaps the most jarring discovery was the decision to embalm Diana's body within hours, before a comprehensive post-mortem could be conducted in the UK. That act alone raised red flags. Embalming not only accelerates tissue degradation, but it also obscures certain forensic markers. For a royal figure, whose every movement was traditionally documented with extreme precision, this swift embalming was not only suspicious, it was utterly unprecedented. To this day, no official explanation satisfies the legal and royal experts who've come forward. It wasn't just unorthodox, it was a breach of both legal procedure and royal protocol. And more than that, it may have prevented critical information from ever being uncovered. Now, with talks emerging that Princess Diana's tomb may be reopened for verification, what was once whispered on obscure message boards and deep web forums had finally crept into mainstream consciousness. What was once dismissed as a wild theory had been handed a terrifying dose of plausibility. And with that, one question pierced through the noise like a siren. What if it's not her in the tomb? The notion sounds like something torn from a Hollywood script, impossible, implausible, even grotesque. But when you line up the facts, the speed of the embalming, the sealed French records, the delayed identification, and the resistance to further investigation, the unthinkable no longer seemed so far-fetched. And somewhere in the silence between those resurfaced whispers, a darker possibility took root. If it's not her in the tomb, then where is she? Or worse, what else have we been told that isn't true? Theories flood in. As the royal family continues to maintain an ironclad silence, an unsettling truth sets in. When answers are withheld, speculation thrives. And in the case of Princess Diana's tomb, the silence has become deafening. What did they find beneath Princess Diana's final resting place? Of all the whispered possibilities, one theory eclipses the rest in sheer plausibility and weight: the recovery of Princess Diana's missing personal journal. For decades, rumors have swirled that Diana maintained a deeply personal diary, one that chronicled not only her turbulent marriage to Prince Charles, but also the behind-the-scenes conflicts with the crown, her observations about royal protocols, and even foreboding notes about her safety in the months before her death. Royal insiders have speculated for years that this diary mysteriously disappeared in the days immediately following her death. If it has now surfaced, buried with her, either by Diana's own wishes or by someone else, its contents could be cataclysmic for the monarchy. Then there's the theory that sends shivers down spines, not because of what it says, but what it dares to imply. According to this narrative, a second coffin lies beneath the one publicly known to hold Diana's remains. Some claim it contains personal effects, her letters, her favorite jewelry, or gifts from her sons. Others go further, suggesting it holds decoys, records, or even evidence too sensitive to ever be released. But the darkest version of this theory postulates that Diana's actual remains were secretly relocated years ago, and that the current site at Althorpe is merely symbolic, a beautiful, tragic facade. Royal skeptics point to irregularities in the original burial, the unusually fast handling of her remains, and the lack of official photographic documentation during key moments. Some even suggest that the second coffin may have been placed later, part of a covert operation that no one was ever meant to discover. Perhaps the most unsettling theory, because it's backed by physical evidence, is the idea that someone has tampered with the tomb post-burial. Satellite imagery and ground-penetrating radar reportedly show anomalies in the substructure beneath Diana's memorial site. According to insiders close to the ground penetration team, a sealed vault appears to have been added sometime after 1997. If the vault wasn't part of the original burial plan, that means someone came back, one anonymous leak stated. The question is, why? Whatever the truth is, the royal curtain remains firmly closed. No official statement, no confirmation, no denial. And in that void, the imagination of the world runs wild, populating the silence with fear, fascination, and a desperate hunger to understand what, if anything, the monarchy is trying to hide. The Spencer family's dilemma. One voice had remained painfully, almost defiantly silent: Charles Spencer. As Diana's younger brother and the custodian of Althorpe Estate, her childhood home and final resting place, his legal authority looms larger than ever. Any disturbance on the island at the center of the estate's ornamental lake, including a potential opening of the tomb, cannot move forward without his explicit consent. And yet, Spencer has said nothing publicly. No statements, no interviews, not even a whisper to the press. But privately, it's a storm of emotion. Sources close to the Spencer family say Charles is wrestling with a decision that cuts deeper than law or tradition. It touches the very promise he made to his sister in death. One longtime family friend described his internal battle as a moral crossroad of historic proportions. On one hand, there's the call for transparency, a growing wave of royal historians, legal experts, and even segments of the public demanding clarity on Diana's death, autopsy, and final resting state. On the other hand, there is the sanctity of silence, a sacred space that Charles vowed would remain untouched, a space Diana herself once confided was her only real home. The burden weighs heavy. This isn't just about public curiosity or even royal protocol. For Charles Spencer, it's personal. He has long believed that the world failed his sister while she was alive, hounded by paparazzi, betrayed by those closest to her, consumed by a crown that never fully embraced her. He sees her tomb not as a site of global fascination, but as a symbol of peace, the only thing he could give her that was truly hers. To open it now, he reportedly confided in a friend and felt like letting the wolves back in. Meanwhile, within palace walls, another dynamic brews. Prince William, sources say, has leaned toward allowing a controlled investigation. Behind closed doors, he has argued for accountability and believes the truth, whatever it may be, must outlive the rumors. He's told advisors that Diana belonged to the people as much as she did to us. But Harry is said to remain torn. Despite his strained relationship with the monarchy and his new life across the Atlantic, he reportedly fears this act would desecrate rather than honor their mother's memory. "We lost her once already," a source quoted him. "I don't know if I can go through losing her again." And King Charles, the man whose life was most altered by Diana's rise and fall? For the first time in years, he's issued no formal guidance, no cryptic remarks, not even a subtle nod to the matter in his public appearances. A silence that some view as diplomatic and others as cowardice. The tomb of Princess Diana remains undisturbed, its ancient stone glistening beneath the dew of early spring mornings. But for how long? Palace insiders confirm that the Royal Advisory Panel has authorized a 30-day window for an investigative committee to submit its final recommendation. Within that window, all options, from non-invasive ground scans to a full legal exhumation, remain on the table. The countdown has begun. Outside Althorpe, a quiet pilgrimage has begun. Mourners arrive by the dozens, some from nearby villages, others from across continents. They gather at the gates, near the perimeter of the lake, and even in small boats on the water, but no one dares approach the island. Some light candles, their flickering flames mirrored in the still waters below. Others carry signs with simple messages: "Let her rest, truth matters, Diana forever." And a few just stand there, in total silence. Their eyes locked on the island that for nearly 3 decades held more than just a body. It held a nation's collective grief, a mother's love, and a mystery too deep to die. "We never stopped loving her," one woman whispered through tears, "and we never stopped searching for the truth." Across the globe, news outlets brace for impact. Every outlet, from Buckingham Palace correspondents to TikTok sleuths, waits for the single headline that could rewrite royal history. But everyone knows, once that tomb opens, once the air inside meets the world outside, nothing will ever be the same again. If the royal family truly opens Princess Diana's tomb, what do you think they'll find? Share your thoughts in the comments. Thank you for watching this video with us, and catch you in the next one.
Hello, Wildlife. So what do y'all think? Mary, I agree with you.
Say something, I'm losing hope on you. Yeah, that was interesting. I didn't hear about any of that. That's the first I've heard.
Yeah, From the get-go, I have been really suspicious because she seemed to know a lot of that, or a lot more than we think she did. And so then I start thinking about Phil Collins, because he was a very close friend of hers. He even wrote that song for her. I don't know. I could go all over the place with it. Even the difference of the looks of the two sons. But I don't know. It just, I guess we'll find out when they start pulling it all up, if they're able to.
Yeah, that was, I think that was what they say, August the 31st, 1997 is when she passed.
Mm-hmm. I think.
Yeah, I remember hearing all that stuff on the TV as a kid. And I didn't really understand it, but it was on the news for a while.
Wow, meat puppet. Okay. Jersey
Yeah,
Joe. Let's see.
she was young, 36 years old.
Yeah.
That's the same age as me.
Yeah. And
Ooh,
everyone knew they had a turbulent marriage. Um, I don't know. And writing how she wanted to go, Elton John. Thank you, Benford. I was wrong. Not Phil Collins. Elton John. Candle in the Wind. Goodbye, England's Rose.
yeah,
Uh,
I've heard that song.
you didn't need to explain it, meat puppet. You have a right to your own opinion.
I wonder what they expect to find or what's the outcome they hope to achieve if they was to do something like that, you know?
I don't know. Well, I guess first of all is finding out what is in the other, what they call it. It's not a casket.
I know they said they mentioned in that video there was like another uh, containment or there was something under her, the one that's supposed to be hers or vice versa, and it's supposed to contain artifacts or.
And they knew about that one, but this one they found in the lake when they were looking to do um, improvements on the water's edge, just from what I understood.
Hmm.
And hey, Ridge Runner, good to see you.
I guess we can kind of understand the why or the want to, but why now? I wonder why now after all so many years, you know, from 1997 until now.
Yeah, because they just found it.
I
And
guess what,
so,
almost 30 years later.
yeah, 27 years. And so they, since they found it, um, it brings up more questions. And so I guess they're doing an investigation. And I saw somebody say that she was originally put on the island. So did they not move her when they built the, what do you call that, shrine, tomb?
Um, um, yeah, uh, like a
But
mausoleum.
so then there would be 3 boxes still who's in the other one, you know? And that's true, Mary. A lot of lies are being revealed now. And, with us hearing about the collapse of the UK and Charles battling cancer, he doesn't seem healthy. It just kind of all seems to be,
And even for all that to take place, however it may have taken place, or how many different vessels they're looking for, somebody had to know because somebody did it. She had to trust somebody enough that would ensure that her wishes were kept.
right, but
To whatever degree.
I mean, why'd they do the autopsy so quick and didn't even do a full autopsy? And it was like they could not wait to just get rid of her, even in death. And I don't know. It all seems so weird back then. I was really suspicious, like, nope. And then you've heard all these years she's still alive, and
Oh yeah. I mean, if I had a nickel for every time they said somebody that went away wasn't still here, not saying that they're not, you know what I mean? I'm not totally knocking it, you know what I mean? Anything's possible, but
yeah,
heck, Elvis is shooting pool somewhere right now in Las Vegas,
right.
Him and Frank Sinatra, they're still kicking dust in Vegas, allegedly. But she was 36 then, so I mean, she'd be what, in her 50s now?
Yeah.
50 something. So I mean, it would be possible,
Yep.
I hate to think like things like that would happen, and just not even really the family, but just the people, the world. When stuff like that happens, they get so captivated and caught up in the moment, and to think that all that energy and all those feelings were just for nothing. If you know what I mean, if somebody was still alive, or
Yeah.
whatever their purpose or intent was,
Interesting, Kissel.
could be.
And yeah, why didn't they? How come she was done different than? Hey, Black Watch, good to see you. She'd be going on 64.
Okay, that's still young though.
Yes, it is. But why didn't she get the even
Royal treatment?
Yes, because Queen Elizabeth seemed to favor her, it, unless I'm mistaken. I thought that she did.
Now I've seen this clip. Any clip could be, AI or whatever. But I've seen this clip where it showed the Queen when she was still living, and it was like a montage of when she met different world leaders or dignitaries throughout her career. How she always kind of stood firm and never like bowed the knee. But then they showed the clip at the end when Diana was in her procession and she crossed by. She kind of like gave the knee. She kind of like bowed a little bit.
Yeah. I don't know. I just thought it was interesting and wanted to share it with y'all. And so I have another one that's completely not the same.
Say it ain't so. Hello, Mike. How are you?
Black what?
You got a terrible English accent. You really do.
That's more of a Scandinavian Swedish slang.
Kind of like a Swiss German kind of heavy water thing.
Exactly. I knew you would get it. It's good to see you, buddy.
Jerry. Okay, so now I'll share this other one. Pretty interesting what's going on. This is Ron Paul. And he 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 says what he wants to say.
Let's see what he's got to say.
But all they want is the control and power over the people. So they're working for an opposite type of government than most of us. And I think the majority of Americans would, if you just put them up on the issues and not isolated and have it, shoved down their throats, most of them would just say, no, I don't like the government to do this. But they either feel helpless or they don't understand it, and they get by and it gets bigger. But very often they fall into that. Oh, maybe it does make sense. Maybe if we have this, and they're taking taking advantage of the opportunity of a lot of bad people that came into our country. They came in. I thought it was so bad. I thought it was an invasion and not a benefit, but it wasn't an excuse to ignore the safety. They say, well, this will help make us safe from those bad people who are coming in here. And if they don't have the real ID, but they don't remember that 9/11, they didn't have a real ID. They got on the airplane and they used their own passports. So the more government wants all this stuff just for control. They want control of the people. They don't want any opposition. And I think I first became aware of this in the 1970s. There was the Bank Secrecy Act. Of course, don't you want your accounts to be secret? Well, okay, if you reveal everything to the government and they'll take care of it. But the Bank Secrecy Act had nothing to do with secrecy. It was a bank taking over and fulfilling out more and more forms. And then we ended up with FinCEN, which has tremendous power and control. And they've made an effort recently to expand, just like they're expanding the Real ID. But they have too much information. They don't understand, and they don't trust people to take care of themselves. And they always play on it. What do you mean? If you didn't have food stamps and free medicine, wouldn't all people die? Yeah, then the government takes over and they say, well, they're really good doctors. Just look how much good they did with COVID. They always knew how many people should. We'll take them to the nursing homes and we'll give them all their vaccine. Oh, it didn't work. It did the opposite. So it's the way with so much economic policy, monetary policy, and getting involved in wars. We go to wars for peace, peace through strength, and we go and then we have our empire. And but the one thing is, it's limited. If people should lose enthusiasm for it, it's all coming to an end because this can't go on forever. And with a bankruptcy, that's when empires end. And we're seeing the cracks in the empire now. And the big hints will be seen by currency devaluation. And that's why we see gold. When I started looking at the monetary issue, gold was $35 an ounce, even though we weren't even allowed to own it. Now it's over $3,000 an ounce. It's even for me. How did it get here? And the world depends on that type of an assumption that the government will take care of us. They will keep us free. You have to sacrifice a little bit of freedom and you'll be safe. It's the whole idea that has become known that the government is there to make us safe, and the government isn't there to make us safe. They can't possibly do it. The safety is supposed to, on our system, be taken care of by people, individuals. And that's why I think they slipped that Second Amendment in. People should take care of themselves and protect themselves. But anytime they argue it's for the people get sucked into it until it's easy to do it. It's easy to sell a program because it'll be free. but it's terribly hard to get out. Just think of getting out of the wars. How long did it take? And I watched this when I had been a draftee back in the 60s, and the Vietnam War went on. Korea was another one, and I look at the Middle East War, and then now Afghanistan, and we're over there. Well, we have a president now saying, I don't want to start war and I want to end war, and the bombs increase. They keep increasing the number of bombs they're dropping on them, and they say they're going to make us free and prosperous. I'll tell you what, people need to understand the principle of liberty and what it means to be responsible for oneself. And, I was very pleased when I campaigned for the presidency, the reception I got from that type of language. And the young people seemed to understand. And then when at the end of the speech, I say, you won't have taxes, you won't have this and this, and you can live your life. You can put in your bodies what you want, and the government's not going to tell you all this. And they loved it. But I thought they would wake up and say, yeah, but I said, but the one thing that you have to know, if you have your freedom to go about your way and you do well, but you try to do something, but you don't do well, you can't go crying to the government saying, the government, take care of me. You said you take care of me. Steal from somebody else and take care of me. My programs didn't work real well. So it's the assumption that people have to have responsibility for oneself if we expect the system to work. And I think in our early history, people looked at it that way.
Yeah, personal responsibility.
Governing oneself.
He'll be 90 years old this year.
Goodness.
He was born in 1935.
And he's
Yeah.
seen it all.
Yeah. I can imagine, yeah.
I know the present company is far too young to remember, but I remember Diana's father. He had the kind of formal, almost a tuxedo with a vest with the decorations. And I'm thinking to myself, you're not going to give up your daughter to that clown. He did. The requirements for her to have married him, I'm sure.
Well, I'm sure there was some type of paperwork involved.
And quite frankly, she had to be a virgin. But I thought to myself, as a father, you're going to give that clown your daughter? But he did. Anyway, yeah. I remember when I could have bought gold for $35. Do I sound like him?
Well, but it's all leading to the same thing.
1972.
We have to hang on to our country. We're the last symbolically free country, and people just need to speak a little louder, take a stand.
Got to stand for something.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Even made a song about it. You got to stand for something, or you'll fall for anything. Whatever that may be, your religious belief, your love for your family, community, whatever that may be, It all starts and ends with what we see, what's around us, what we can touch, Now, there's things that's out there that's definitely affects our life every day, Just because we don't see it happen immediately or directly doesn't mean it's it's not ticking along. But
Well,
yes,
yeah, but we can feel it. I mean, when rent went from $350 to $400 a month to $2,000 a month, this little podunk place, that was definitely a whoa. And so one income's not going to do it. Um, these kids that think they have to be on their own and show that they can take care of themselves are moving in with boyfriends or getting roommates just so they can survive. And they're still eating ramens because with their paycheck, they're just barely making the bills. It's all in play.
I think this over time, this particular, because families and communities, they can thrive and be self-sufficient for generations, decades, centuries. But it only takes a couple generations to erode so much. But like, I think I lost my train of thought. I'm sorry.
That happens when you get old like you are.
Yeah, you're right.
It happens to the best of us.
Oh well.
Wait till you go into a room and say, "Where do I put my glasses?" And you give up, finding they're at the end of your nose.
Right.
Right.
I haven't made it to that point yet.
Or on the top of your head. That's where mine usually are.
Or you go into the washroom forgetting why you went in there and you brush your hair and you go, uh-oh.
Except this time of the year, you won't catch me out without sunglasses.
Yes.
I wonder if today's kids would remember an old saying, freedom. It comes at a cost. It always has.
It always has. Most people here remember it.
The last words of William Wallace.
I think Watt had a. Did you have one?
I have a lot of great thoughts, but they leave faster than they come sometimes. Allegedly.
I knew he'd come up with it. I was waiting for it at the end of William Wallace. And I had to wait. Allegedly.
Well, I bet I could find one.
Let's see. But there was one quote. It goes something like this. First they came for the socialists, and I did not speak out because I was not a socialist. Then they came for the trade unionists, and I did not speak out because, of course, I'm not a trade unionist. Then they came for the Jews, and I did not speak out again because, of course, why would I? I'm not a Jew. Then they came for me, but unfortunately, there was no one left to speak for me. That was attributed to German pastor Martin
Luther
Niemöller.
King.
I probably butchered the last name, but you can Google it.
How true that is. Until it's on their doorstep.
I think we see it every day, These type of things and topics, they're not new, they've been talked about forever, but things go in cycles, and heck, if you watch the news all the time, shoot, you would think that they're fighting over a race or a religion, or heck, it's even gotten so crazy that people's actually getting into heated debates over what's a woman and not so woman,
Yes.
In the reality and timeline we're at, we got people at crosswalks and intersection getting into fisticuffs over the fact of a woman or not a woman.
Yeah. That's the one thing I noticed in that Princess Di clip. when he said that they were holding up signs. Did you notice what the signs really said?
Uh-uh.
He said they said something different, like um um I don't know, mourning or praising her. But the signs that the picture was of was saying Black Lives Matter and the stuff we see now. Kind of surprised me that they used that picture.
Yeah, why would they throw that in there subliminally, subconsciously? You know what I mean? And
Yes,
they had nothing to do with them or any entity like them. You know,
exactly.
I didn't see that part, but yeah, I think they
Good
do
evening,
stuff like
folks.
that. Even on a lot of news topics, you know, they'll feed you like a story, and then they'll throw like a clip or something or a phrase from something totally different, and just kind of blend it in there. Uh, I yield.
That's a good one, Returner.
So how is everybody?
There you go. Alive and well.
We're completely blasted. We're drunk out of our minds. How are you?
Oh my
Driving
God.
down the highway with a bunch of stupid people that I can't run into a ditch for their stupid behavior.
Oh my goodness. Here we go.
But we won't talk about that. We'll stay on topic since you guys are talking about that other stuff. Uh, I'm sure you guys have probably, most of you, heard the Paul Harvey, "If I Were the Devil."
Yes.
Never heard of it. Sounds interesting though.
Oh, you will have to write that down and go look that up later. That thing is crazy, and it's super
I'm just
accurate to
messing
boot.
with you. I'm just messing with you.
I,
I've heard of it.
I
It
had a
is good though.
Isn't
yeah, I
that
had a sneaking.
Korean
Go
guy?
ahead. Huh?
Isn't that the South Korean guy? Confucius?
Uh,
To
no. That's Confucius. No, Paul Harvey's completely different from him.
No.
If I
Paul,
were the devil,
Paul
I'd
If I
Harvey.
were the
take into
devil,
every schoolroom around the nation. If I were the devil,
He
came
was a
out in
radio
what,
voice
yeah.
in
the mid
the
'60s, like '65 or '67,
yeah,
something like that, when he did that. If I were the devil.
but he was really popular. Almost every home had him turned on when he spoke.
Yeah.
1965.
But it's just one of those things that where we're at now was all done by design on purpose. Because before the mid '60s, the '40s and '50s, most everybody was still reasonably self-sufficient. Most of the stuff wasn't too overly pricey, and you could afford to do stuff, and everybody could take care of themselves. But they wanted more control, and they wanted to divide things up. So they start putting women into the workplace so they can divide the family, and then just keep continuing down the decades to erode away at the family.
I don't know that they started putting women in the workplace. I thought that was
Well,
out of necessity because the economy got so bad.
I
But
don't know if it was because of necessity or because they were just trying to get them into the workplace. I'm not sure which one it is, to be honest with you.
right.
I just know at some point that happened, and then so they started working more, less time in the home, kind of thing. So they started to break down the family, and
So
they wanted more the more money too, from because you had all the new people coming in, all the ladies coming into the workforce. They're making more money from taxes and what have you.
Necessities create more commodities. Commodities create more goods. More goods create more money.
mhm.
Right.
You know, from that standpoint, but
Yes, John, World War I and II. I just remember in the 40s, my grandmother, she was an at-home mom, but
Mm-hmm.
I think once my mother and her brothers started school, she would work a little bit just to make extra money for
Sure.
if they needed new. Well, they were working on getting a car. All they had at that time was um, I can't remember if it was one bicycle with 2 seats or
Mhm.
2 bicycles, but that's how they got anywhere they wanted to go.
Right.
And they put the babies in baskets and
Well, and that's the thing, though. It's if you're wanting to work a little bit for some extra cash and you're still able to take care of the family and work a little bit, nothing wrong with that. That's whatever, because you're still
right,
trying to be together as a family, do what you need to do, make a little extra money. Nothing wrong with that.
yes. And
Some somebody,
thank,
sorry.
thankfully she was able to do that through their whole marriage was basically stay at home and take care of the home. And
Right. But
he was
you,
very adamant about um, the home is his castle and
mhm,
she's there to take care of it. Did
right.
he run over her? No. It
Well,
was
and
a
that's
mutual respect that they both
right.
and loved each other very much and they were together until they passed.
Well, but that's how it should be. Mutual respect to the husband and wife working together as one to make the decisions and discuss what should be done and run the household.
Yes.
That should be that way. But like your grandmother's generation and the generation after that, even up to say my generation, most of the women still were knew what it meant to be a wife and run a household while everybody did what needed to be done to make everything work. They understood all that. But now, the generations after mine, they don't know any of that.
Right. Well, I can see where it changed with my mother.
Sure.
She,
But even my mom, she worked like she was a single mom after the divorce because of how things played out when I was younger due to a house fire. And so they shortly after that they divorced, and mom was working 3 jobs to support the kids.
yeah,
Somebody hit the nail on the head. World War II, the armories, the shell factories, all they were
Right.
was men that were incapable of being drafted. Like my paternal grandmother, women made the shells. And
yes.
so the war.
Mm-hmm.
Is her name Rosie Rivet? Something like
Rosie
that?
the Riveter.
Yes.
Rosie the Riveter. Yeah, that's where that came from, because they were all working in the factories making the shells, while most of the men were off fighting the war. The ones that couldn't were working in the factories with the ladies.
But
But during my grandmother's time, divorce was frowned upon. Then
Sure.
during my mother's time, it was, I mean, she was married 6 times. So that I'll tell you, it was completely different way of thinking.
Mm-hmm.
So I think that in that time mirror is where things drastically changed in the
Yeah.
in with the well with a lot of it.
Yeah. No, for sure. Things definitely over that gap changed a lot.
I imagine there were an awful lot of wives that remained silent and with her husband despite his shenanigans. You get my drift. It was just accepted. Not that
Well,
I
I'm sure
accept
there.
my family, but still.
Right. And I'm sure that there were a bunch of marriages that were that way. I'm sure, but back then the mentality was more, if it's broken, you fix it. So if you're having your problems, you get together and figure out how to fix the problem in the marriage if there is one.
How do you fix
Where,
fidelity? You don't. Just saying.
How do you fix what?
well, I don't
Infidelity.
infidelity, cheating.
Oh, yeah, no. It continues.
Yeah.
The only thing you can do with that, and I've never been married, so I'm not an expert or have any experience in it, but I've done my homework, figuratively speaking. the only solution I see, and this is my opinion, to fix it would be if he wanted to keep the marriage and continue on with that person, despite the infidelity, you could forgive him, but you definitely would have to change the way things were and have some more ground rules added until you could re-earn some of the trust. You'll never get it full trust again because that's already been broken.
That's why I don't understand Diana's father. Was well known his present consort, Camilla Parker Bowles, and him were involved. How could you let your child go to that? But that's my look.
Well, I'm thinking there was some kind of money exchanged or favors in money or something had to be offered that was sufficient to make him want to give up Princess Diana to who she ended up being married to. And I can guarantee,
it was well known in the circuit. It was well known in the public what was going on. But anyway, that's just me.
Right. No, I can guarantee, though, she definitely knew way more than what she was letting on.
Yeah.
Or maybe she was going to, and that's why they killed her. It's hard to say. Her dying was definitely sus, but I don't think we'll ever get a straight answer from the crown over there in England.
Yeah, but look, I know we're digressing a bit. Look where she was in the middle of. The Royal Windsor family and Doty ship magnate. There was one time the wealthiest man on earth. You can cover up an awful lot in there.
Sure, you could.
But anyway.
But even being able to cover up a lot with that kind of wealth, eventually something will come out. You can't hide it forever. Something will eventually come out. But
I don't know. What does it matter? It is what it is.
What does it matter?
No, but by the time everything comes out, Bonnie, by the time, aren't you still, I guess the world's waiting for the Epstein case? Still waiting.
I see what you're saying. If it's taken 30 years for something like this to pop up, and
even
what was it, 50 years for JFK, and now they're investigating RFK Jr. Not RFK, or he's still alive. RFK assassination, and so it's taking a long time. So will we see any answers in our lifetime?
No.
Will we see any accountability or any charges? Probably not.
The same with Norma Jean, a.k.a. Marilyn Monroe. The thought is it was RFK, but who knows?
Well, that's like with the whole Kennedy files. They're like, oh, yeah, well, we're going to release a bunch of stuff. And they did, but it was a bunch of nonsense. It didn't tell you anything.
Yeah.
And with everything that's coming out about the children, about what they're doing, and it's like it's still continuing.
Yep.
I think they're cracking down a lot. I mean, I am seeing arrests on that, but still it's
like we had ours. Brian Mulroney, he was prime minister in the 80s, around 84. And there's a very gray area when he stepped down, and he was dealing with Henri Schreiber. Germany wanted him extradited. He was an arms dealer, and hotel rooms with envelopes stuffed with $1,000 bills. So the RCMP brought him to court, but they weren't ready. He sued the government. He got $3 million. Try to find that on the internet. You can't now. He died this year, I think. You can't find it. He's in the States somewhere, his family. Try to find that, anything on it. You can't. I tried.
Right.
It's just gone. Was
So
that a deal? I don't know.
turning guns, at the end of your thing there, that our Lord and God provided us, did he really? Because there's a lot of stories about how this land was acquired, so I'm not real sure that God had anything to do with it. The same. Hi, Virginia.
Hey, that's an interesting point, Bonnie, to what Billy was saying. Did he really provide us? I mean, I interpret it as God-given rights, life, liberty, pursuit of happiness. Maybe not so much with what happened with conquering this continent, but
Well,
shouldn't we have God-given rights, though?
not even that is man. That's
Mhm.
life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. That is man's idea. God provided the land for us to live off of. So that should be everyone. True.
Yeah.
Yeah.
For all. So then you have since government and everything here, and well, other countries also, and then people wanting to come into that country because of government, there's a process. Was there before? I mean, I don't think we would be here if there was as strict a process as what they're asking now. A lot of those people, what kind of papers would they have had
Right.
that were coming
Probably
on the
none.
Exactly. And
But
so,
having people come in via immigration is fine. And there should be a process. Should it be as convoluted as it is right now? No. But there definitely needs to be a process. Because otherwise, you got every Tom, Dick, and Harry from every country who wants to take a shot. Some might be beneficial to the country and want to do good. Handfuls of them not so good and want to do nothing but cause harm and problems.
Well, but didn't we come over and cause harm and problems to the people that were already here?
Oh, we did, sure. And we've been dealing with the consequences of that for quite a long time.
Mm-hmm.
Which is why they put more rules in place to, I think, albeit too many currently, but there's enough of a process to prevent stuff from like that, or at least make an attempt for that to be prevented.
well, and it's the intent still to is why are you coming here? And
Sure.
it's
Well,
the
and I also think besides why are you coming here, are you able to contribute? Or are you just coming because you just want to collect all the free stuff?
but that's just it. If there wasn't a government, they wouldn't be getting free stuff.
And
So
for free
Sure.
stuff.
when the first ones came here, it was
You had to earn it, work for
what
it.
was their reason for religion? They wanted to get out of the
Yeah. They broke away from the Church of England to come over here for religious freedom.
yes, and but then others came that had different ideas and
Sure.
changed them.
Yeah.
And I think that's what Billy's talking about there.
Well, and that's fine.
Well, it
There's nothing
wasn't
wrong with
just
have. Go ahead.
It wasn't just England. We had Spain, France. I mean, you look at different states, in the south around Louisiana, you have a French Quarter, all of that. France kind of had
Well,
that. You
right,
look around
but
Florida, whatever, and you have Spain. You had some with the religious freedom. They landed kind of in Northeast, right? So it was sort of a land grab worldwide. Um,
kind of, but the initial colonists were from England. Were there eventually, as it went on, people from other countries, as you mentioned? Yeah, absolutely.
How do you even know that? Christopher Columbus was sent by Spain, Ferdinand and Isabella, and he was freaking Italian. What do you mean they
Yep.
were from England? That was quite a few years before. So I think we've been
The
trickling over
pilgrims,
here
the
biblical
pilgrims
times.
that came, the
Frankly.
initial set of pilgrims that came over to settle in the colonies, America, were from England. Because they didn't
The
like the way the
Christian,
English church was doing stuff, and then they came over
But
with
that
you
was
know
on
what?
the
the Mayflower and whatever the other one was.
but that
Hmm.
was on the East Coast. I think on the West Coast, the Chinese were coming in.
Well,
They were already
probably.
here. Hmm.
Yeah,
And some of the Vikings were up in Nova Scotia. So
Hmm.
The Chinese
Yep.
were brought in because of the railroads.
Yep.
not that they were here before
North
that.
America.
Yep, the French and Spanish were here too. That's why Texas has Six Flags. They were being
You know
kind
why
of
Texas has Six Flags?
why.
Mm.
They originally had 7, but there was somebody from Georgia that came and got one, and they brought it back to Georgia. That's why we got one flag. Y'all now have 6, allegedly.
Interesting.
Very.
Yeah, John Dunning. It was way before Columbus. I think biblical times. We're finding weird stuff in the Grand Canyon. Egyptian
well,
looking. People have been roaming
yeah,
the world forever. So
Yeah.
who
well, and
exactly?
there is, to your point there. There's some speculation that some of the Nephilim that were kicked out of Canaan, the Canaanites, the ones that weren't killed, and the Nephilim or whoever survived. There's speculation that they came over to the New World, over here to America, based on the fact that you see all the giant bones that were found scattered across North America that are being hidden by the Smithsonian and other museums.
Hmm.
Do you ever think like possibly at one time there was ever like a one, uh, not like we think in the one world of nowadays sense, but like a one world language, like
Yeah,
a
there
language
was. Absolutely, there was. We all spoke one language,
like the
but
Babylon
then,
times when people got cast apart? I always
yeah,
wondered
from
if there was one language, how did these other languages come about? You
I
know,
can tell you how.
how can you just create a language? It has to be something so powerful you couldn't even imagine it
Well, I can tell you how. The explanation that
to
that
spark an
I
entire language and an entire culture.
yeah, absolutely.
Hmm.
Would you like to know what how I think that happened?
No,
Where
no.
So, from I have a biblical worldview for from creation until a few thousand years later, whatever the Tower of Babel happened, where they were out on the plain trying to build a tower to heaven.
yeah,
Up until that point, there was one language across the world. I don't know for sure. The speculation I've seen seems to indicate it might have been ancient Hebrew, maybe something different. I don't know.
yeah,
But there was one language, and they were communicating and trying to build a tower to heaven. And God says, "Okay, well, that's enough of that." And they split, gave everybody there different languages, forcing them to scatter out across the world. Some went up towards Europe and northern Russia and out towards northern Africa. Some went over into Asia for towards like China and Japan and Mongolia and all those areas,
Hmm.
and kind of spread out.
but it's just fascinating because I mean, even to like look stuff up, it's really hard to say. Because I mean, we hear these stories of these tribes that were isolated on these islands, or or certain parts
Sure.
of the Amazon where I just read this story, I think where this guy died last year, the year before maybe, and he was the last of his kind. There was nobody else ever. You know, he was the last of the Mohicans, and he went away. And when he's gone, where does all that story and all that knowledge go? Where does all that energy go that's been stored up over time? It can't just go nowhere. Even if you burn down a library, the ashes are still there. The memories are still there. Where does all that type of stuff go? And even like, if you think about that, you look it up. It's hard to say, like I said, but they say there's over 7,000 still active languages around the world.
Yeah, there's a
You
bunch.
know,
And
I
how
don't know, stuff like that just fascinates me.
do you know the people of Babylonia spoke one language? How do you know they just
Well,
communicate?
Here I am struggling with basic English. You know what I mean? There's 7,000 languages in the world that I don't even know about.
Hip, hip, tally ho. You still working
You
on
know?
it?
So in school, which who knows, that I was told that Latin was the original language and all other languages were
I'm
derived.
not. It certainly could have been Latin. It could have been ancient Hebrew. It could have been something completely different. I don't know that they've definitively figured out what it was.
I think if you look it up, you'll find the oldest language in the world is Hebrew.
And that's
Yeah,
what
I think you're right about that. I think it is. Go ahead, Miss Bonnie. What were you saying?
That's what I think it would be, is Hebrew.
Yeah.
well, that's
I
what
think
came
so.
off. That's the Asian continent. Would be Hebrew. Would be some of your pictographic languages. Bonnie, Latin is the root of the 5 Romance languages, which are Romanian, French, Italian, Portuguese, and Spanish. They all pare down to Latin, and that kind of came out of, I think, more Italy. You know, somebody can fact check, okay? But there's some that come from sort of the Asian area. There's some that come
Yeah.
from certain parts of Europe, and then you have those obscure people who've allegedly never been contacted by anyone or intermingled with any other culture. They develop. I mean, that's why we have eyebrows. Was to read emotion. If you saw someone's eyebrows go up, you knew it was something to be alert for, and they started to make grunts to go with that, in a sense, right? Or like pictures, like the pictographic, like Japanese, is still represented in images, not really letters.
Yeah,
So,
images transcend, symbols and stuff like that.
Yes. Symbolism was the first language, perhaps. Shout out 101. Or kind of reading each other in that way.
You ever notice with Japanese? One little stroke, and it's not Happy Mother's Day. It's Happy You Mother Day. What?
Yeah.
One little dot changes the whole picture.
Yep. And you're exiled for life.
And Mary's right about the different dialects.
Yeah.
Like if you go way South America, like Honduras or any of that, it's the Spanish is more Spain Spanish.
Deeper, yeah.
You get to the border, it has so much slang and different dialects in it that it so what the Spanish that they teach in school is Spain Spanish, but then to learn how to speak at the border, you kind of have to hang out with those people to catch on to.
Well, that's kind of it's kind of like there's your common Spanish that the everyday guy speaks, and then there's your more proper Spain style Spanish.
Formal, informal, things
just
like
like
that.
there's
it's the same with every language, I think.
Well, yeah, like with
even
I used to study a little bit of French. There's proper French, and then there's your everyday common.
But look at English. Look at what we've done to it.
Yeah, we messed it up pretty good, but you know.
I think you pointed out the other video. You know, if you order something in Spain, you get a leg of mutton and a stein of ale. You do the same thing in Mexico, and you get tacos and margaritas. Go
Right.
Mhm.
It's a win-win.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Well, the
it's a doubling
tacos would
down
be
every
good
time.
down in Mexico. The tacos would be good to be for sure. Just don't drink the water.
Mhm. Montezuma's Revenge. Oh yeah.
Yes, ma'am. Uh-huh.
Oh yeah.
I do like the Mexican Coke. That Mexican Coke is some good stuff.
Or to think that it's to think that with everything that we can do and touch and have access to in our lives, that there's places that people just drink Coca-Cola all the time because there's no water. You know,
Mhm.
these people are just drinking Cokes just all the time because they like it. Of course, they probably became addicted to it, and there's no water. Limited anyway.
If
That's
you
why
go,
beer was water wasn't safe to drink. So that's why we have mead and beer and
Wines and meads,
I thought the
yep.
mead was different from beer. It was a
fermentation.
Yeah, I was speaking in a list, sir. Yeah, there's several fermented beverages that we developed because water, it was just, bacteria and they didn't
sure. Well,
really get it
I
yet.
know, like most places in the Middle East, in more ancient times, the water wasn't always the best, so they would make non-alcoholic wine to drink all the time instead of just trying to drink the regular water.
Yeah, you don't want
They
to be
also
So
had the
like
living.
grape
normal
juice.
alcoholic one.
Yeah, grape juice and
Well,
wine,
no, yeah, it's kind of like a grape juice, sure, but
communal
there was
wine.
also
Mhm.
the normal wine with alcohol.
you might want to keep
Where,
something in mind with your next getaway. When my sister was first married to her second husband, first one was only a year. March break, they used to go to Cuba, and on the beach, you'd walk so far to be armed guards with rifles, turn around. But the point is, bottled water. Till they found out they were rebottling it from the tap at the hotel.
Mm.
Used
Mhm.
hotel water, nice.
Yeah,
Mm.
Mm, get you
Anyway,
going.
yeah.
Oh, man,
That's rough.
no.
Mm.
Well,
that's the way it is sometimes.
I like
Or
to
even
visit Cuba.
ciders like apple, like any fruit that
Yeah,
puts off a sugar, like apples or plums, or in Japan they use rice, you know.
yeah, rice wines and stuff.
Well,
Yeah,
yeah, that Japanese sake, that stuff is super potent.
I
Oh
love to
yeah.
visit Japan. That'd be pretty cool.
Hmm.
Yeah.
Well, I know some of that rice wine's like 120 proof.
I want nothing that strong. I promise you. Man, not all at once. Man, might as well
It's
just
Well, kind of
drink
rough.
like
some shine. I bring my own
kind of like
shine.
yeah, I was gonna say it's kind of like moonshine, but that rice whiskey's probably as strong or slightly
Hmm,
stronger than
that's a
moonshine.
sipping. You just sip that one.
Well, you notice sake cups are tiny. They're like a thimble almost. That's why
Yeah.
they
Yeah,
made,
super
you know.
tiny. Yeah,
Yeah. Uh,
I've never had any, but I know someone who's had some rice wine, and he told me a friend of mine. He told me it was 120 proof, the one that he had sent over to him,
I
and
tasted
he used
some
a
one
very
time
small
somebody had,
shot
but I
glass.
don't think it was the real deal.
Counts for all those wobbly bullfrogs you see out there on the rice paddy. I can't. Hey,
They got the frogs.
frog.
Shoot, we don't need no more. We got plenty. Plenty of frogs, toads, whatever you want.
You
Salamanders.
know, frog legs taste like chicken.
There you go. I'll catch you some. Just come pick them up.
I
Don't
haven't had
you
frog legs in a while, but frog legs are pretty good if you cook them up
don't
right.
don't ask that question, Wildlight. Don't you dare ask them that question.
What
I was
question?
just gonna throw some of the three eyed ones in there. The alleged three-eyed frogs at the savannah.
Georgia is a reptilian capital of the world.
Allegedly.
Don't allegedly.
Mm.
They do take chicken.
It's like one time we was hanging out at my buddy's house after work, and I'm not really a drinker. I have a celebratory drink every now and then, but I was just sitting there watching all them get tore up, and then because my other buddy, he pulls out a mason jar. He's got like I don't know if it was apple pie shine or not, but it had apples in it. Buddy was like, "Oh man, it's got fruit in it." He said, "Be careful." He said, "Don't eat none of the fruit." He said, "You already tore up." He said, "Oh, I'm all right. I can handle myself." So he took a big old squig of it, thought about it for a couple seconds, and he got him an apple out of there. Before I know it, this joker had done ate about 3 of them apple wedges out of there, plus a good gulp. And he was already whatever. And he got to the point, he's like, "I got to go home." He's like, "I need somebody to give me a ride home." And I was about one of the only sober ones out there. I said, "Where you live?" He said, "Heck, you don't live but 2 houses down." I said, man, he was tore up. I promise you, he didn't ever eat no fruit after that night again.
Yeah.
Yeah,
It's the sugar.
yeah, it'll get you, especially if you're sitting down while you're doing it, and then when you stand up, that's all she wrote.
Mhm.
Gravity being what it is.
I like to be sober in those instances so I can just see it all unfold.
Did you know that the ancient Romans were the first Dr. Doolittles? Did you know that?
I didn't.
They spoke Latin. They also spoke Pig Latin when they wanted to speak to the animals. Did you know?
And uye igpe attenlay.
Talk to the animals.
Smart you are.
No.
Apple pie moonshine is really good, though. I could see how he'd want to bite one of those apples. Pretty classic.
Yeah. Man.
Mm-hmm.
He consumed 3 of them before he realized it, and it was just.
There
I knew
was,
once he ate that one, it was over.
Have you guys seen that TV show on? I think it's the Discovery Channel, the Moonshine TV show.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, moonshiners. Yeah.
Yeah, the Moonshiners. Well, one of the last episodes, 2 of the guys, I guess, that had gone more legit or whatever, had made almost like a jalapeno or habanero or Carolina Reaper kind of super spicy shine.
Mm.
Well, didn't you play the revenuer on that? I'm sure you were in that movie.
I think I did. That was one of my first cameos. Yeah.
I don't think it's
I don't know what you could mix that with. I guess maybe if you like the Bloody Mary, I don't know. You probably can mix it with that.
Oh, that's a good point. Yeah, spicy moonshine would do with a Bloody Mary. Yeah, because you remember in the late '90s, the vodka brand Absolute, they had all kinds of flavors. They came out with like
too many flavors. Yeah,
fire. I mean, they had like 100 flavors. One of them was pepper, kind of like black pepper, and that was the only thing we could ever mix. Nobody is going to order a pepper on the rocks, but it did make a good Bloody Mary.
Yeah,
you guys know that that Mountain Dew was originally made to go with moonshine, don't you?
Oh, that makes sense now that you say it. Mountain Dew.
If you look up their old logo, I think it was like a hillbilly just sitting. You know what I mean? Like you would think somebody how they would look if they're making shine.
Well, Mountain Dew is slang for moonshine. From what I've heard on how Mountain Dew is created and all that kind of history type stuff. They called it Mountain Dew because it was slang for moonshine. They set it up so that you could mix moonshine with the Mountain Dew soda. That's how that was
White
originally
lightning.
created.
Mm-hmm. White lightning. That's where NASCAR originated, if I'm
I
not
was just
mistaken.
thinking that.
Yeah,
Mhm.
NASCAR started because of the moonshiners were running from the cops.
Yep.
Lady Smith.
Lady Smith, my lady.
That sounds about right.
Like the what's that movie? You ever seen the movie? What's it? Lawless.
Oh, lawless.
It's
Mm.
what's the guy's name? He's been in a bunch of pictures.
Oh.
Lawless.
But it's based like
Um,
around that time, like the moonshine in that type of period. It's a pretty good movie.
I think I have seen it actually.
Think of
It
the
is
guy's
really
name.
good.
Sure.
Shia LaBeouf's
That's
in it.
Well, he's
Mhm.
done a lot of stuff,
Can't remember the main guy.
or at least he used to be. I don't think he is anymore.
Tom Hardy. That's it.
Tom
103.
Hardy, that's his name. Yeah,
Yes,
Tom Hardy.
I have seen
Oh,
that. That was actually a movie. I only saw it once,
Yeah,
but yeah.
Yeah, Tom Hardy was in Venom.
I mean, there were some dark moments in there, but I mean, I'd imagine that's about how it was.
Well, there were some dark moments that had to do with moonshine. A lot of
Mhm.
people
Excuse me.
would get mad about whatever, kicked it over or quit supplying,
Does anybody hear a clock?
disappeared.
I do.
No,
We
that's a TikTok from my turn signal.
Oh,
Okay.
that's my internal clock.
Yeah, no, that's the sound my turn signal makes on my Kenworth.
TikTok, Clarice.
Hmm.
So who's going to tell Mary?
So, who's Mary and what are we telling her?
Well, the comment here.
No, I
How the
seen
Pope
that one
looks.
video where they rolled him out like that morning of, or the last interaction he had, and yeah, he looked like he just kept dozing off, and like one of his eyes were swollen or something. He definitely didn't look right.
All right, so let's see now.
I think he just got out of the hospital, like right before he died from was it respiratory infection or something? And then it didn't take long. He was done.
The Pope?
Yes.
When he was younger, he had part of his lung removed because of that. He always had trouble with respiratory issues.
Okay.
And he was hospitalized, and they let him go. And you know who saw him the last for the picture photo op?
Mm-hmm.
Well,
I think they knew, that was it, personally.
well, he was what, 88?
Yeah, 88.
Yep.
Yeah.
That's a whole other rabbit hole.
Yeah.
Sure. So now,
It's twin dragons.
back into my parking spot.
Klaus Schwab stepping down, same day, same age.
Yeah. About that new guy with the robotic eye. What's up with that? You thought the Schwab looked like a movie villain. This guy looks like, oh man. He's got the robotic black eye.
I haven't seen him yet.
Oh, you haven't? Oh man.
I'll have to look that
Uh-oh.
up.
He's like a Marvel supervillain, I promise you.
Great.
Especially when he starts talking about the water and all that. I don't know if he was the CEO or what his capacity was, but I think at one time he was like over Nestle, that whole corporation.
Well, that's kind of odd because isn't 7 supposed to be a godly number?
Number of completion, yes.
So
Or is it 8? I don't know.
7 goes into 21 equals. I don't know.
Hmm. Yeah, maybe they just brought him out the deep freezer. Hey,
Okay, shut the blinky blinkers
could
off.
be. It wouldn't surprise me,
Yep.
Well, I mean, there was that one time at band camp, but
Hey, Jen, how you doing?
Hey, Jen.
Never was in the band, so fortunately I don't have the band camp experience.
no.
Well,
No.
meat puppet flute, I think.
Yeah,
It-
it involved flutes.
mm,
Black, watch that breathing right when I bring up the flute. Like you're killing me, Smalls.
Pardon? I didn't.
No, you're good. You're good.
The speaker kind of went a bit of distortion, and they're brand new.
Just
We
gotta
were
break
just
them in,
talking
that's
about,
all.
yeah, breakthrough.
The chap wants to know what, like, if you could go back, what instrument would you play?
Probably either the guitar or the piano.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sorry, you have to pick a brass instrument.
Uh,
Band camp. Yeah.
Oh, you can just pick the saxophone and play that one popular meme that everybody makes about the guy playing the saxophone on stage.
Actually, they have started incorporating the guitar and keyboards into the band.
there we go. I'm in there like swimwear.
Which band?
We'll make
The
one. We're making the band right now.
There you
in
go.
high schools and colleges.
I'll be the truck driver who hauls all your equipment around.
There you go. If I make it big, you're hired.
You know what I liked about the piano? Gives you 88 chances to get the right note.
Mm,
Yeah.
Yes.
plus, you could call yourself a pianist.
Yeah, professional pianist.
A professional pianist.
I remember even as a kid, at our local mall, they'd have a piano set up there, and every now and then there'd be somebody in there, playing every now and then. But I think, man, how cool would it be just to know how to play the piano and just run up there and start jamming out on the piano, not caring if
My
you get in trouble or not,
my mom used to play the piano, but when she played the piano, she used to play guitar before she played piano. So what she did is she took the guitar chords and transferred it over to the piano and would play those, kind of transpose the notes, if you will.
Yeah.
What she used to transport it? Begs the question.
Yeah,
Anybody
more or less.
played it at middle C? That's the first one you learn on the piano, middle C.
Yeah, that's another interesting topic right there, dimming the sun.
Yeah. In weeks, we're in trouble.
But then heck, we're already talking about it, but what about all the instances, like over the last couple of years, these different countries were making their artificial suns and stuff?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if any of you ever heard of any of those stories, and now they're talking about this.
Not in a while.
Native American flute would be cool. I was in band and I still have my flute. Spoons. I'd like to learn that.
Spoons is sexy. Percussion. No, for real, percussion is sexy. Like I love drums and bass, and there's something about spoons where it's like whoa, or like clackers, like in women's fingers. It's kind of those similar things. It's cool. It's like fast, light and fast.
You ever wonder the orchestra with the guy with the kettle drum, and he's got them held up for 25 minutes, and he gets one go at it. Why they got the guy? You ever watch that? He kind of stands there like a fixture for 25 minutes. Keeps going now.
Oh, you mean like one guy on a big drum that he's only got like one boom? Is that what you mean?
Drums, and he's boom boom. That's it.
Well, okay, yeah. That's the trippy thing about music is just a one note or one thing from one instrument it just sets it somewhere. You know what I mean?
Yeah, wow. You know what that reminds me of? You ever see I didn't follow it. It's just something on YouTube. Britain's Got Talent. They have their little orchestra.
Yeah.
And there was Adam and Richard and Adam, singing The Quest. And one of I think the violinists brought a dozen eggs with her and started trying to pelt Simon Cowell with them. And they have a video with eggs and without eggs. She never did clock them.
Wow.
Yeah, almost.
Or even like you would hear somebody tell you, watch your tone now. Watch your tone.
Yeah, watch your tone.
I can't. I don't have a mirror.
What?
Tone deaf is going for here.
See? Point proven.
Oh, watch the mirror for hearing. Okay. I was having flashbacks of another
Sorry.
mirror. Okay.
I hear best with my eyes anyway.
That's kind of funny. She's like, wait a minute, what?
I like this one.
I found something out today because there's a limited number of royalty in the world. Donald had someone from Norway, and Norway has a king, apparently. So I learned something. Whoever that king may be, I don't know. I think Virginia had a point. Back in the day, explorers, they didn't care.
Oh yeah, these guys are AC/DC with the banjo and stuff. Playing Thunderstruck.
I was stuck in the middle of the railroad track. Moved around, and I knew there was no turning back. My mind raced, and I thought, what could I do? And I knew there was no help from you. Sound of the drums beating my heart, the thunder of guns tore me apart. You've been thunderstruck. Went down the highway, broke the limits, we hit the town. Went through the Texas, and we had some fun. We met some girls, some dancers who gave a good time. Broke all the rules, played all the fools. Yeah, they blew my mind. I was shaking at the knees. Could I come again, please? Yeah, the ladies were too kind. You've been Thunderstruck. 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 I was shaking at the knees. Could I come and get me? You've been thunderstruck. 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 Hey, yeah, it's alright. Here, you'll be fine. Yeah, it's alright. Here, you'll be fine. Oh, thunderstruck. 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 You've been thunderstruck.
That was amazing. That was so freaking cool.
I've seen that one before.
I got a question for the panel in the chat. That song means something to Bonnie. Very nostalgic. What instrument do you see her playing in that?
I would say she'd probably either play the banjo or the spoons.
Or the washboard. How about the bass with the broomstick and the wire going to the old turned over laundry tub? Which one?
Maybe.
Maybe.
I could see the spoons. Like, which is there an answer, Bonnie, or is Black Watch throwing a rhetorical question out there?
He's just throwing a rhetorical question. I mean, I love it. The way they all just seem like a bunch of country boys getting together and jamming. And the one was playing the spoons is what I thought of it. It was like, oh, I know a good one.
Awesome. You can make music out of anything. Like sometimes I get into videos of people using different size buckets, or like there's this one guy I cannot refer to properly. I'm sorry, but he has like, it looks like a pile of trash in front of him. There's like pots and pans, there's buckets, there's little things, and he will, like, your mouth will drop watching him. It's like, whoa. Each thing is not really an instrument, but it's amazing.
It's like Bucket's the drummer on it. I don't know if he's on YouTube. I know he's on Instagram. Guy in a horse mask who's clearly a drummer. Uses a single bucket as he sits in the bath. One to sit on, one to play, and as he's sitting in the bathtub playing his drum bucket.
So somewhere in your algorithm is a dude in a tub with a horse mask on a bucket.
Well, not on YouTube. I think he's only on Instagram, and I've only seen him on Instagram. He might be on YouTube, but the name they use is Buckets the drummer.
Right.
I think.
I have seen him use washboards. You saw the anvil sitting there, so I imagine they were planking on that.
He doesn't say Blue Man Group uses PVC pipes, as someone just pointed out in the chat.
Yep. You can just whistle music.
I saw one dude, it looked like he was using a wrench to clang on something, you know?
Yeah, I think that was for the anvil. I'm not sure. And that's what.
Yeah, 103. I saw a blue band group in Seattle a couple of years ago. It's a trip. They use,
I was gonna say there.
like he's saying, pipes and cans, but it's mostly kind of a drumming show. It's really good.
Mm,
Well, there are some people who will use partially filled glasses of water, typically like a wine glass, and then run their partially wetted fingers around it to make music.
Yeah, I was
yeah.
about to say all the glass is partly filled, and
Yep.
that's when you have to not be tone deaf, puppet.
Miss Congeniality.
Yeah, I'm not necessarily tone deaf. I'm just not the best singer. I used to play baritone in the band, the little baritone instrument.
Papa's got a brand new bag. New bag.
Only when she's sucking on it. Or I mean, yeah, he totally does. Yeah.
My eyes just popped out of my head, meat puppet.
I heard a grunt.
Pressure.
Oh, I can't sing. I wish I could.
Oh, you can do it.
No.
I can sing okay. I'm just not super good at it.
Never heard the song.
No.
Mm-hmm.
Who sings it?
Right. Artist, please.
Just
Bon
puts out.
Jovi.
I have 2 guitars, 2 keyboards. Don't have the violin, and I can't play them either.
Mm.
I can kind of play the piano. My mother was always trying to teach me. I know the white keys. I know the flats and the majors on it, and all that, minors, and it never could get the pedals.
What was this, the organ or the piano?
Piano.
Piano. Oh, the pedals, the 3 pedals? Yeah.
Yeah, I really personally like the sound of an organ better than the
Yeah.
piano.
Mhm.
Organs definitely sounded better. My mom used to play the organ too.
Yeah.
Too big.
See, Jerry is getting really deep right there. We are electric human beings. They are stealing our electrons. There's some truth to that, Jerry. Like, think about in the wine glass example, you have water, different water levels, and you get it going, it'll shatter the glass at a certain frequency. And
Yeah.
this can be good or bad because there was a dude who came up, his name was Rife, and he came up with the Rife machine, and it would put a frequency around your body that would like break apart diseases,
Yeah.
allegedly. And he got squashed by, this was about 100 years ago, but he got squashed, right? But we are electric beings, which to me is energy, and that would tie into Emoto, the Japanese dude who looked at saying words. You can do this with your plants. If you play classical music to your plants, they grow better, or certain music, right? And word on containers of water, and then he looked at the water molecules under the microscope, and I always thought his name Emoto is how I remember it, because it's like emotions. So he would put love, hate, beauty, war, different colors, like he did extensive, and this has been replicated. And the words like love would make like a lake, whereas hate would make shard. It would look like shattered glass. Annalisa, there might be something like it. I couldn't say for sure, but it is kind of a little bit on my radar, you know. But anyway, yeah, the waters, the energies that we put into the things that we say, they put into our music. So then you combine the lyrics and the music, and you can really, really F somebody up. You know what I'm saying?
Right. Or some of it can just touch your heart.
And you don't know why.
I always looked at Freddie Mercury with the range. Have you ever heard Virginia Damash singing SOS?
Mm-mm.
You should look him up. Damash, Dimash, SOS. He's not German. His last name is almost, you can't pronounce it.
Okay.
But he sings SOS, which was written by a French band. But it's, oh, geez, a range he does. Bonnie's heard it. How he gets those notes. He could probably break glass. That's what reminded me of it.
Right. And that's true, Lady Smith. Do y'all remember in pregnancy for me, they had these earphones you put on your pregnant belly and it would play music to your belly. And people thought it was just, you know, either ridiculous or amazing, you know. But you could put a speaker by your belly and play. I think there's something to it. I may or may not have done it. You know, I totally did. But there's something to it.
If it affects us in our adults, it definitely affects the young, you know. If you're talking about frequencies and throwing things off center or grounded, those type of entities or beings definitely want to start younger.
I'm sure
Or
that
the
they
mom
voice and even feel the vibration of that voice.
Yeah.
Totally, Bonnie. That's what I was thinking. If the mom is stressed, you can probably feel a vibration off of that.
Yeah, there'd be some type of chemical release. Yeah, the baby would probably know, you know. To what degree, I don't know, but there's connection there. No doubt about it.
Yeah, it's pretty amazing. If you think about it, it's pretty wild.
It is.
Yeah, Mary. Like I was, because I know Bonnie has had several kids too. Like pregnancy is a very interesting experience. Women hate it every minute of it. They hate it. I to go over because it is stressful, you know, but there's something about it where you feel like an obligation or a responsibility to impart love already, or like good vibration, so to speak, or, you know, talk to them, or, you know, I don't know. It's wild. I enjoyed it. I didn't hate it. I enjoyed it.
I did too. And there's some hormone that comes out while you're pregnant that with me, I felt like a teenager again. It was like I felt so good when I was pregnant. I even asked my doctor, whatever this is there a pill form that you can give me?
You know
yes.
what? Sorry.
You're 100% right. It's like a youthful feeling almost.
Yeah.
I hate the knock, but when you say that, I think it was Lethal Weapon. Mel Gibson meets that blonde woman, and she's on her way to the delivery room. We're going to get married. What do you mean, here? And they send Joe Pesci for the minister. Remember
Yeah,
that?
yeah, yeah.
Guy comes out with his urine sample and he grabs the glass and the rabbi comes to marry them. She didn't look too happy. That's my point.
Yeah.
That was hilarious, wasn't it? What? That was just,
Yeah, I
God.
like the Lethal Weapon series.
Isn't it said women just glow when they're pregnant? They glow.
They say. I know men get weird. I'm serious. They want to touch your belly. And I just, that's a little too personal for me.
Yeah, yeah, I can imagine. Definitely, yeah.
My friend's husband, he was, oh, never mind.
It's
Uh-oh.
like a bald head. They just want to rub it for good luck.
Just some men get weird.
Bonnie, you're 100% right though. Like I get hit on in the grocery store more when I was obviously pregnant, six,
Yes.
7 months pregnant, and it's weird. It's men, like women will give, smile or something, like nod. We see you, girl, carry on, but men had a weird flirtatious energy. I don't know. Even, I mean, I remember a dude at a deli counter one time being like, "Hey, girl," and I'm like, "Dude, you clearly see I am massively pregnant, but there was something about it." And it's not just, that's just one example. But it is a glow, I guess, or
Or maybe some men
I
have
think
a
ability.
instinct to protect, the the
Mhm. Maybe.
the woman and child. That's
Could
Mhm.
be.
That's a very good theory. Or primal behavior, Lady Smith, yes, which
mhm.
is what I mean with the fertility, but also protection, because think about it in public, if something happened and there was a pregnant woman, most people kind of rally to make sure that is safe. It keeps the species going, you know what I mean? But it's also
Yeah.
a emotional connection of like, hey, this lady, don't just leave her waiting in the water, pull her out, somebody, let's go, you know what I mean?
Okay, so Navy vet sees it in a different way. Yes, boobs.
Well, yeah, that's true. Mhm. That is true. Yep.
But still, I'm gonna think of it as
Could be
although
just something that just as primal as just the nurturing aspect or the aspect of being desired. They see that I guess a woman pregnant, they see her as she's definitely of something of desire. I guess it's like seeing somebody with a wedding band or something on. They say, well, hey, that person's married. They're desirable. Somebody wanted them. In a
right.
sense.
Somebody wanted them. Yeah. Yep. It does actually.
It might
They're
not be the right
fertile.
example.
They clearly are. No, I've thought of that too. Yeah,
It's
because
like the
some of
primal
them,
aspect. Not
they
like
do
yeah.
desire just because of that. Yep. But it's
I got
primal. I don't see it as perverse necessarily. I really think it's primal because it's micro expressions. When the deli guy is extra thoughtful about how he packages your ham and JoJo potatoes, it's an
Mhm.
energy exchange more, and the way that you're treated with more, I don't know, like reverence,
It's like when I
almost like
ordered
you're
a house fried
disabled in a
rice and
way.
5 wings, and they give me an extra 5 wings. Like, dang, heck yeah, they threw an extra five
Yeah,
wings in
they
there.
throw in an extra
Sweet.
piece of chicken and kind
Yeah,
of wink.
Yeah,
Yeah.
You know,
I like you. You for very good.
It could be. Or maybe they see it as a strength. I don't know.
To be.
survival of the fittest, the strength thing. I totally, yep. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, Jerry. I don't recommend it. We're center heavy. The equilibrium would be off. Never try to pick up a pregnant woman. Everybody will go to the ground.
Keep that in mind.
Mm-hmm.
I think he meant like,
Hit on.
yes. But I didn't want to say that because it's like non-abusively.
Yeah, I was being facetious with Jerry. You know.
I gotta tell you what, like, as you venture out in the dating scene or the courting scene as well, looking at a woman saying, I see your wedding ring, I see your pregnant belly, so I guess somebody wanted you, didn't really work, you know? You might want to work
So you've
around that,
tried that?
you know? Just saying.
Wait, what?
Well, Blackwatch, the way you said it, that it didn't work. Does that mean you did? Tell us more. Tell us more, Blackwatch.
Oh, earlier he said something about you see an attractive woman, you know, she's pregnant, got the wedding ring, and he followed up, I guess somebody wanted her. Just say it.
Oh, when
In a
you said
bad
it
way,
didn't
you know
work,
what I
I
mean?
thought you meant you tried. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, not in a
Mm-hmm.
bad way. Just, just that primal desire, Sometimes people don't want something until somebody else has it. Then they just want it because they don't have it.
I know what you
Yep.
mean. I'm trying to make it a little bit. Pregnant women are not predictable. I got to tell you, you know. You wake up 2 in the morning and you say to her, is it time? Is it time? Nah, I want ice cream. French vanilla ice cream with apple pie. Is that true? Do women have this weird, I want a pickle? You know,
Sorry, sir. We're all out of butter pecan ice cream.
there you go. And
Lady Smith, do you mean a series? Hold on.
you,
Lady Smith said a series. Do you mean a pictures, movies, a
no,
series of the conception?
I never went through this where she said to me, you know, I want a pickle. It's 3 in the morning. Go down and get me a pickle. I never went through that, but there's a lot that say women have strong desires for weird food, shall we say.
I have driven town to town looking for a can
I
of sauerkraut in the middle of. Yes,
Wonder
I
what
did.
causes that. Was it something that you normally ate? I mean, of course, you probably wouldn't have did that normally, but
No, but I stocked up on sauerkraut the next day.
Mm. Good thing it wasn't those apples, whatever that guy ate.
oh yeah, you definitely don't want to do that. No, that's
My
unadvisable.
They're like jalapenos and sour stuff. Well, until the last one. And then my friend found glazed croissants. And oh my goodness. Glazed croissants and Belgian waffles. And my kids,
Croissant.
when the partiers were going a long ways after the dance hall, I'd be like, just bring me back a waffle. And they did. So at 4 o'clock in the morning, I'd be eating a Belgian waffle.
Sauerkraut, pickles, and waffles. I have this image of a 9-month pregnant woman with the vapors. in the middle of the night. I love you, honey, but can we skip the waffles? Okay.
Oh man.
But notice I said I drove town to town. I didn't send anybody for my craving. I wanted to
Right.
pick it up.
I did the same. My first pregnancy with the twins, it was the pregnancy of macaroni and cheese. And this was over 20 years ago. So the mac and cheese I make now has been very well perfected, like good homemade mac and cheese. I ate it every single day. And I made it myself, experimenting with different ways to do the sauce, different cheeses. And, oh man, so
Mac and cheese
delicious. I
connoisseur.
still enjoy it, but yeah, that was every day at that time.
Yeah, I like a good mac and cheese myself.
Yeah.
Good. It's absolutely fabulous. Even cheap, okay, not cheap as in the blue box, but you can make it kind of without making a sauce. You can just use like an egg and some
Yeah, you can do
American
some.
and cheddar and glass of milk and butter, and it'll work out. Like, so it doesn't have to be a complicated cheese sauce. There are so many ways to do it that are fantastic,
Yep. Lord have mercy on the store if they're out.
Oh, I bet.
The craving thing is kind of weird overall. It is a little bit weird because it's uncontrollable.
I think it's whatever your body needs is why you crave it.
Yeah.
Because that baby is taking your nutrients and everything out of you.
Did you crave anything that you didn't normally eat?
Right.
Carrot cake.
Ooh, interesting. Carrot cake.
Yeah, Nemo's
Carrot cake.
A killer one that you can get at a convenience store.
Huh.
She's got a good one there, carrot cake with white icing, a cup of coffee.
The cream cheese frosting. Yeah.
Those are good. Hey, Gima. But you're not a big fan of carrot cake otherwise.
No, I haven't.
Like, do you like carrot cake, or was it just during?
It was just during pregnancy. I'm not. Well, I used to didn't eat sweets like hardly ever, and I don't know what happened this last year. Bacon. Yep, that would be good.
You ever wondered what Freud would do with this dietary need? Let's see now. Virginia wants mac and cheese. What does that say about her? Bonnie wants carrot cake. What does that say about her?
Carbs.
Yeah, 1 minute.
Wouldn't mind having a fried pork chop sandwich right about now. What does that say about me?
Yeah. Hey, One Ranch.
Says you're hungry.
We'll see. Yeah, the monkeys. That's what that says. That sounds good. I would say Little Debbie cakes. The mac and cheese pregnancy. I also could not stop eating the oatmeal cream pies, and I don't even like it. It's one of those things where I had a box constantly from the dollar store. Oatmeal cream pies. That sugar and carbs is Ladysmith. Yeah, it was the twin one. My second son was the pregnancy, or my second pregnancy, third son was the pregnancy of the Oreo. I had Oreos every day, all day, just mowing on Oreos. And I do like Oreos,
Oh
but
my goodness.
as soon as I had him, I pretty much just, had him normally, like whenever you have an Oreo. But during that one, every single freak I now on, so it was sugar that my body wanted, was sugar.
Oreos with mustard. Ooh.
Oh man,
But I have heard some really weird combos
they banned that here in Georgia. Can't do that. No.
from some women.
You can only do it on the courthouse steps on Sunday between 12 and 1 o'clock. That's it.
Well, even like sauerkraut, Bonnie. So I think some of us crave sort of a pickly, acidy thing, and some it's like a sweet type of thing. And so you were saying like sauerkraut. Some people crave pickles. Someone said a second ago? Oh, mustard. Yeah, like it's kind of that same profile of tang on your palate, like, you know what I mean? Mustard, sauerkraut, pickle.
Different
Those are all
flavor
sort of in the
profiles.
sour family.
Would you settle for a 5-pound bag of sugar and a quart of vinegar? Won't that do it?
No.
Nah.
Nope.
Just for us.
Never let my meat low. There you go.
What's wrong with meatloaf?
Ain't too bad every now and then, you know.
Normal. I don't know about that. Watermelon cheese.
Oh, watermelon and cottage cheese is good. Or like there's another fruit. Is it strawberries? That's pretty common with cottage cheese. I could go with that, Lady Smith.
I don't know. When I was trying to lose weight after the second, because he was 10 pounds, I was trying to eat cottage cheese with peaches or pineapples, anything. Trying to lose weight, but I hated cottage cheese.
Ugh. Don't say that word.
Hey, Mark.
I've never eaten the cottage cheese.
No, it's kind of the same profile with peaches. Yeah, cottage peaches is a big one.
Cottage cheese and Doritos.
Oh, Gma.
I have heard of people eating it. Sliced cheese. Oh, Louise. My goodness.
What kind of cheese?
Chocolate ice cream and blueberry.
All right, that sounds doable. It's about the most doable.
Yeah, that could work.
Love blueberries.
You ever wonder where they get these names from? If every other place in the world you have cheese, it's okay, it's normal. You take it into your cottage if you live there, and that's what happens to it. Where they get these names from?
The names are how they're made and where. Like, well, cottage cheese, farmer's cheese, ricotta, it's pure cream with an acid, sometimes lemon juice, sometimes rennet, you can use a cap of vinegar. You're just making the curdle. And so cottage cheese and feta and ricotta, all of those are kind of related in that it's the process. You could do it in your house, in your cottage, in a sense. All right, I'm flapping out of my ass a little bit, but it's how it's made. It's like super simple.
You could do it.
Acid and cream.
Yeah.
Isn't there some sort of I can't think of the word, bioorganism they put in the cheese to make it almost ferment. It's
That's rennet.
I forget the name of it. I can't think of the name now.
Mhm.
Put into it.
It's rennet. It's rennet. It used to come from stomach lining of like sheep, or it's like stomach acid. So again, the root of a lot of cheeses is acid mixing with cream. That's what makes the curdles.
Yeah.
And you can buy tablets of rennet to make homemade cheese, but the OG root of it was like sheep stomachs, the rennet in there, and it would cause the coagulation. You have a process, salt, squeeze, age, etc.
It's fascinating how they figured all that type of stuff out.
Yep.
Probably
You
by
have to
accident,
imagine they were
probably
storing milk.
in the
It was
in the
by
stomach
accident,
as a
exactly.
container, probably.
Yep. And then they're like, wait a minute, these curds are delicious.
Hmm. I can have my curds and whey.
I'm not going to ask if that's
Right.
a real
Yes.
thing. Yep. I make all that. Blackberry cobbler, all kinds of cobblers.
Mm-hmm.
All right, y'all are going to have to excuse me a
Yeah,
second.
Monty, cream separator.
Keep talking.
Okay.
Thank you.
Like buttermilk. Oh, no worries. Buttermilk is more lean than like milk because it's kind of like the skim, the liquidy. If you look at
But you
buttermilk,
have
it does have a little texture at the bottom of
you
the.
get milk, and
Yeah.
after you may
Yeah,
take you
but the
separate the butter
buttermilk is
from it.
that.
You got buttermilk.
That's right. Yep.
Once you go through your whole, you can
Exactly.
even get store bought milk, but of course it's so there's hardly any fats in that stuff. But if you get you some milk, you do the whole process, and you make your butter. Pretty much the liquid that's left over is your buttermilk.
Yep. Now, you can make it store-bought, but you cannot use milk, even whole milk. You have to get heavy whipping cream, like the highest percentage they have, which is
Yeah.
around 36%. You stick that in a food processor, or you can do it with a whisk. You get to a certain point, add sugar, you literally have whipped cream. You keep going a few minutes, and you have butter. You add a little salt, you have butter. Right? You're not going to get like the separation like if you were using legit cream, but whipping cream, that's why they call it that. Step one is whipped cream, and butter ensues. Even custard for ice cream, heavy whipping cream is the way to go. Eggs
Oh,
in
yeah.
that case, but
I was so waiting for you to say you keep going, you get the Marshmallow Man on Ghostbusters.
Oh, he's coming.
marshmallows are inedible. The Stay Puft dude is a fraud. Marshmallows, the marshmallows you buy in the store now are like stabilized sugar in a gelatin. It's not even, you got to use egg whites to make like a real marshmallow. You know what I'm saying?
Isn't that how you make lemon meringue for your pies, Bonnie? Trying to remember how my mom made it. Mixmaster.
Meringue, same thing. Yep. Hey, Bonnie stepped away for just a second, so Monty, egg whites.
Mm.
And if you take that, you make kind of like a thicker meringue. That's how you make those cookies what are they called? Madeleines or
I know what you're
is
talking
that,
about. Yeah,
dang it. It's basically
macaroons.
egg white and sugar. Yeah. Well, no, macaroons is the coconut.
I know what you're thinking of. I can't think of the name.
Now, that might be what you sandwich it with is
Yeah. Remember those cookies with the chocolate on a big hunk of marshmallow and a little biscuit? Yeah, ugh.
that's called a s'more in the US, Black Watch. Catch up.
Mallows or s'mores or something.
Yeah,
Yeah, it is basically a moon pie. Yeah. The what you're talking about, like the marshmallow chocolate type of thing.
or like
But like those either the ones that melt in your mouth that are like little, sometimes people put food dye, but they're basically just egg whites and they're kind of like the size of a $50. They get sandwiched with something. They kind of melt in your mouth, but they're like just egg whites. I can't think of
yeah.
what those are either. Damn it. Yeah, meringue cookies, Lady Smith. There's a couple.
I
See,
watched. Sorry.
you find some of the celebrity women that don't want to get fat, they'll eat these little cookies. They're meringue cookies, they're egg white because there's no flour, there's no very few carbs, there's, maybe a twinge of sugar or like a flavor, something like that.
Yeah,
But it's like one of those bougie cookies because they feel like they can have a
you can
little
put honey
treat,
in it.
a good cookie, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
Yeah, honey, absolutely. Yep. Hey, rabbit.
but that's like with my grandparents on my mom's side. They were from up in Virginia and North Carolina, and my grandma used to make this dish, which is pretty much cobbler, but the area they was from, they called it sonker. They made like peach sonker or blackberry sonker, and they always used to just make it like you would a regular cobbler, but she'd make it like in a cast iron pan, and that's just what they called it, you know. She makes strawberry sonker, whatever,
Right.
whatever fruit you got available.
You ever remember again?
Okay, so was it like a cake on the bottom or on the top or something, or just like a way to do the fruit?
No, it was just a name. It was just a name they gave it. It was pretty much just how you would do your cobbler. It was just they called it sonker. And when she always made it, it was just in a cast iron skillet, but no difference. Just however you would do your recipe of
That
it.
sounds
Just you know,
Isn't it funny when you take all the iron cookware? Maybe your mother, grandmother, what my mother got it, and then all the next generation, all this aluminum. Isn't that cool? And now everybody's paying premium dollars the iron cookware.
yeah.
It's
iron. Mm-hmm.
yeah. Hmm.
The best spots really are thrift stores, or if you're off the beaten path somewhere and they have those like little markets that have different vendors that sell stuff, and you can find people that are selling like big batches of cast iron cookware, and
Yeah.
it is a little expensive, but it's quality. These pieces are decades old, but they stand up and they're good to go, and it's not cheap, but worth it.
That's one thing my daughter wanted from her grandmother when she passed away. It's the iron pancake skillet with the handle.
Yeah.
It was there like forever, amongst one of her
Mhm.
blankets.
Right. Echo Divinity is one of the candies that I know exactly what you're talking about.
Yeah.
Divinity is really good. Well, you
Everything-
guys notice how when we used to use cast iron, we didn't need iron added to our cereal? Or you notice like Cheerios is iron fortified and
Mhm.
certain things like that are iron fortified. Well, you do get trace amounts in Minecraft, allegedly cooking with cast iron, enough nutritionally, supposedly.
Oh yeah, seasoned and taken care of properly. Shoot, it'll last forever.
Yeah.
Well, I need to watch a video on seasoning because I can't remember how I used to do it. It disappeared. But
You still
I
got it.
think it's in the oven.
Yeah.
I need to put it in the oven after I coat it.
Honestly, I think the best way to season it is use it, cook some bacon in the oven, use it on the stovetop. Like, it takes time. Grandma's cast iron pan took time. They didn't super speed it. It was an investment for a long bit. And I've looked into methods with lard or different oils or thrown in different things into the pan and brushing it about. But I really think just using it is the best way to season it.
But the one thing that always got me, everything was hot. Whether it was breakfast, dinner, whatever. You have the vegetables, you have all this stuff. And it hit the plate, it was still hot. All of it. So,
So you're bitching about being served a hot dinner? I am literally confused.
it was amazing. It was amazing how you timed the toast, the eggs, and everything. When it hit the table, it was still hot.
Yeah.
That was heaven.
It's all art to it.
Mm-hmm.
Hmm.
I have stainless steel pots and skillets also. Yeah, the cast iron, I guess that's when I got out of using it, when I couldn't lift it anymore. I saw somebody say they couldn't lift it, but now I can. It's flying all over.
No, they are heavy, that's for sure.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I can't. Give me that.
Mm. Especially if you make some good cornbread in them. Man, that's some good stuff.
Yeah, I saw Ridge Runner say pineapple upside down cake.
Oh yeah, that'd be a good one too.
That all the time. One of my son's favorite. That's his birthday cake.
Nice. Mine's always the cheesecake.
Hillbilly Kitchen is a good channel.
Yeah, then another one I think it's called Cooking with Cajun. I like watching his channels. Most of his cooking he does outside with cast iron and stuff, and usually he's got some cornbread or something to go along with it.
Yeah.
You ever watch John cook? That was amazing. He knew it.
Yes.
Yeah.
Louisiana cooking.
His channel's still up. He asked his son to leave it up so that people could go back and see his cooking.
His son did that one, and he said he might continue it, but I haven't seen anything in
No.
a long time.
Mhm.
Rest in peace, John. Really miss him.
Oh yeah.
He was the Name That Tune. Yep.
I remember the first live I went to with yours, and he was on
Hmm. 'Cause, 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 'cause,
There was a Southern cooking. Her name was Simply Sarah, and bless her heart, dude. Literally, you watch her, and she is the definition of bless her heart. She makes one of her most famous videos was a bologna salad. She put bologna, a huge slab of it, into like a salad shredder and mixed it up, a ton of mayo and all this. It was very bizarre. Anyway, she passed away like 2 weeks ago or something, and I had watched her when the pandemic started. At first, I was like, "This is the worst set of recipes I've ever seen." Like her potato salad, or pasta salad, had a can of sweetened condensed milk, and it was like, "Oh, that's like that's Miracle Whip times 10," you know.
Yeah.
Outside of a dessert, you know what I'm saying? But anyway, she had the most interesting, she was from somewhere in the South. She was a very rotund woman, and she did some bizarre shit, but
Alabama.
bless her
That's
heart,
probably where she was from.
us. Do you know who I'm talking about, What?
No, I think that sounds like one of their state dishes over there. Whipped cream pasta
Oh, the
salad.
bologna salad.
No,
Oh,
I've heard of
that.
the
Yeah, yeah,
bologna
yeah, yeah.
salad. That was a thing. Yeah,
It's wild.
take bologna and chop it up, and you mix it up like you would kind of like a chicken salad or like a tuna salad, whatever type of ingredients,
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. It looked very rich.
Yeah, it's definitely an acquired taste. Ain't like a
She
fried
was a
bologna
sweetheart.
sandwich.
I want to thank you, Virginia, for reminding me of a thought I wanted to forget. I worked on computers, so they brought in a coffee machine, but of course we had a kettle, and I always bought condensed milk. And you open it up, and after about 3 days, stuff grows on it, and you think it's either that or I don't have anything in the coffee. You ever see a canned condensed milk sitting there outside after 3 days? It's gross. Very gross.
Why would you leave it outside for 3 days?
Because we didn't have a refrigerator.
Okay.
And that's
Dang.
And coffee mate was too expensive. We chipped in so much, right? You chipped in so much a week, for everybody
Now,
to have.
are you talking about evaporated milk or sweetened condensed milk? Because those are two different. You're talking about evaporated.
Yeah, evaporated condensed milk.
Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, that would be that'd be asking for it. Sweetened condensed is pretty much like sugar. It's like tres leches,
Yeah.
But evaporated, I could see that happening real quick. Yeah.
It was gross. Yeah.
It doesn't last that long around here. Evaporated milk is one of the best ways to make a cream sauce for macaroni and cheese. Don't ask me how I know.
That or
But
like
that
a
shit
gravy.
is so good. Canned milk or gravy, yes.
Yeah,
Get you
biscuit gravy or whatever,
carnation. Oh,
Yeah.
so good.
There's
The trick.
what's that one guy's name that does cooking outside? Cowboy, is it Cowboy
Ken
Tom?
Rollins.
Yes, him.
Yeah, I like his videos.
Yep.
I cut out right when you said it. Who is it that cooks outside?
Cowboy Kent Rollins. I think that's his name.
Have you ever heard of that channel, Mama Gia?
Cowboy something? Okay.
Mama Gina, something like that.
Can't wrong. Rabid said it in chat.
Okay. I see. Kent Rollins.
Yeah, if you boil a can of sweetened condensed milk, you'll make caramel.
Facts.
Now I'm craving a pasta salad.
Yeah, I know. Or ham salad.
Dude.
This time of the year, I love a good pasta salad.
Nah,
Yeah.
but her pasta salad was an abomination. You know how there's certain cooks watch just for the abominations? That unfortunately,
Yeah.
and bless her
So
heart,
you
but it
think you
was
can
like,
cook?
woo!
Mm.
But her heart was in it. That's the thing,
Oh
though.
yeah.
It was coming from her heart, and wonderful. Kind of like Kay's cooking. I don't know. This is a lady in the UK. Some of you might have seen her. She is horrifically. Oh, it's bad. The stuff that I can't even explain it. But her heart is in it. It's like she doesn't get it. She doesn't know. She just does it because she likes it. And I respect that,
There
Yeah.
is a lady that I've watched. She does depression time recipes and
Mm.
I like
bologna.
watching those.
You know, you just remind me of Virginia. Julia Childs.
Hmm.
Woo! There goes my whipped cream. Woo!
Yeah.
I love Julia Child.
Yeah.
That's
They
some
used to come on
OG business right
PBS.
there. Is Julia Child. PBS, and in her later years with Jacques
Her and Justin
Pepin.
Wilson.
Oh yes, Justin Wilson is a good one. Like
I
she
guarantee.
did y'all know that she used to work for a spy agency in World War II? Like her husband was connected, but Julia Child is in the Spy Museum. I believe it's in DC. But she was deeper than meets the eye.
Mm,
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
that
Or
is interesting.
how about the infamous, my name is Martha Stewart, and I'm a narcissist. Welcome to my home.
then she went to jail.
I love Martha Stewart.
I can't remember why she went to jail. Was it taxes?
She went to jail.
Like insider trading or something
No,
like
it was
that.
insider trading.
Yeah.
Oh,
Mm-hmm. The funniest thing I saw was Martha Stewart. I think it was the Justin Bieber roast, and there was a bunch of like Snoop Dogg and like gangster rappers there, right? And the comedian that got up there was like, this white lady here, Martha Stewart, is the only one of you motherfuckers that's been in jail. And it was Martha Stewart, you know what I mean? And they're all
Yeah.
sitting there with gangster rappers. It was funny. It was hilarious. I guess you
Yeah.
have to be there, but
Didn't Martha Stewart coin the phrase, I am not a crook and I didn't have sex with that ticker tape machine?
I know, right?
Insider
I
trading.
don't know about that.
Well, she made her money somewhere.
Oh yeah, good pizza.
Yeah, but now she's like BFFs with Snoop Dogg. They have a cooking show, and it's pretty good.
Yeah, I mean she got out and didn't miss a beat, you know? I mean she goes bigger after than before, really.
Yeah, Jerry, she got house arrest after she did spend a little bit of time locked up, but then she got house arrest and she was able to just be on her vineyard,
I never understood the woman's attraction to a woman like that. And in my 8th bedroom, I decorated it this way. Do you know what I mean? Like what's a drawing card? What? It's never going to be that.
So you're saying, why did people like Martha Stewart?
Yeah. Like
Okay.
do y'all know who that is? Well, I must know who it is.
Oh no, I was just laughing. I don't know. It's uncontrollable.
Rabbit is talking about Jacques Pepin. He's a French chef. He's still on PBS, but him and Julia did a bunch of shows toward the end of her life.
Oh yeah.
And Jacques Pepin is, man, he has laid out some ideas and techniques over the years that I love. And he treated Julia with a lot of respect all the way up till the end. You know, they were really good friends for a long time. So, yeah, Jacques. Yeah, I know. Yeah, Jacques does rock. Jacques rocks.
I remember the house I grew up was a semi-detached, and the backyard you jump into Toronto, you jump back into East York. But I didn't know the church I got married was going bankrupt because all the WASPs, frankly, were moving out. So one of the women moved to Scarborough, the families. My mom went up there, going up the Nixons. So she came home and said, "How did you like it?" She said, "I'd have to hire a maid to clean the place. It wasn't that big. It wasn't that big."
That's what she said.
That's my point. Like, what's a drawing card? I don't.
Yeah, Rabid. East Meets West was his show on the Food Network. Simply Ming. I like him a lot as well.
Yeah, Simply Ming. I remember that. I was trying to remember his name.
Yeah, he combines things, you know.
He made some pretty simple dishes, but they were good.
Mm-hmm. Jacques Pepin, Turning Guns. Catch up.
That's that big French guy with the beard, wasn't it? The big, heavy.
Nah, Jacques. He's got like gray hair and he's short and Julia Child was like 6'2".
Oh yeah.
So like she towered over Jacques. He was a maybe 5'8" at best. Josh. Oh.
And then there's Gordon Ramsay. Get the hell out of my kitchen. Security.
Yeah. Well, he found his niche, you know. Gordon Ramsay, those types, they found it.
Remember the Galloping Gourmet?
I loved the Galloping Gourmet.
Yeah, he was something.
Yep. Or the Frugal Gourmet. All of this was on PBS.
Yeah, that was, yeah.
Was Gordon? I can't remember that guy's name now. He used to eat in front of you, right? You look at him like.
I didn't watch that much cooking shows. I guess it's obvious. There was some show that was on, I think it was on in the mornings, and every day they would have a special guest cook a recipe, and all the staff was lined up at the counter to test it. I can't remember what that was called.
Was it the Test Kitchen? There was a show that they would cook things and have people taste it.
They would do everything. They would make crafty stuff. They would make stuff out of wood. And then there was a cooking part of it. And
was it called The Chew?
I don't.
That's funny. The Chew was a good show, Watt.
You remember that?
Yes. I'm thinking Bonnie is thinking of a show that was on like Hallmark. I'm not even joking. Like it was a little bit more of a Hallmark or like I don't want to say Christian because it wasn't necessarily a Christian channel, but they would do a couple of segments. Like you were saying, Bonnie, they had a craft, and then someone would do a recipe, and then I can picture this.
It probably was Hallmark because I
think it was Hallmark.
You have to understand, Bonnie, when you grow up with a grandmother and a mother, and it's a vertical black and white, you come home from school, you don't touch that dial. So like the sands of the hourglass or the days of our lives, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera.
That's a good show.
I didn't touch I didn't watch TV when I was a kid. This is when I was grown up.
My grandmother used to walk around. I don't think she knew where she was. Oh, that Victor Newman. Oh, that Victor Newman. He's a bad man. What are you talking about?
Yeah, Pioneer Woman was good. Somebody said the Cajun guy a minute ago, Justin Wilson, Rabid. He wears the red tie and what have. He
Yeah, bow
is
tie,
freaking
suspenders.
amazing. Yes.
Always told a good
Like,
story to
very
go along with it.
Yeah. Oh, he's great. Oh, he's good.
Maybe that loves the flowers.
Yeah, he always
So
told a good
great.
story.
Yeah, the stories. Yep.
All I remember about Hallmark is usually it didn't come on till around Christmas time. Hallmark channels.
Oh, it's a whole channel now.
Is it?
It started out as a greeting card. Now that's a whole channel. It's a whole enterprise.
Hey, Bob.
I think we see it more at Christmas because they do have a lot of Christmas movies. Like they do Christmas movies all day, every day for about 3 months.
I think it's like 25 days of, or is that ABC? One of them does 25 days of Christmas, but that's when I would really watch Hallmark was Christmas, and then they do Christmas in July.
Mm-hmm. Boob. Yes, they do. It developed over for sure. It's kind of a spin-off Lifetime.
The only thing I found about Hallmark is you give somebody a birthday card and they're looking for a present. That card was $19.99. That's your present. Ridiculous prices on their cards.
Yeah. Flip it over and it says $3.99.
Yeah, I think Dollar General has Hallmark cards now.
Yep.
The store was mostly for the maybe.
You know, one thing you don't, of course, see anymore, Christmas time. You know, you're usually a mother, right? Bought about $30 worth of Christmas cards. It was like, a 4x8 box and all these, 2-cent stamps and everything. And you could almost tie them together with a string. They wouldn't fit in the post box. Nobody sends Christmas cards anymore.
That's not true. We do. In fact, Kiss Off sent me one, and it never came. And I was like, how can they lose a red envelope? And it was about a month ago. My granddaughter came in with a handful of mail, and she goes, "Oh, this has been in my vehicle for quite a while." When I took the mail way back, and I said, "Yes, way back," and the Christmas card was in there.
Yeah, 244 days to get ready.
Oh, Jesus, you bet.
Allegedly.
I haven't even got my swim spins off, and you're talking Christmas.
Just, take your time. Take your time. No rush.
Oh my goodness, maybe that. See, and I take the fronts of the Christmas cards and make things out of them.
Reminds me of Simpsons. They had a mail room, and they had, the cards go in the envelope and a sales refund. And they had a bundling machine. You know what I mean? You throw it in the camera. You get your finger caught in that, and it wraps your finger. Jeez. Yeah.
Good luck.
Probably don't have them now.
Have a good evening. Enjoy your bed. Till the light vision work.
Mm.
Anything else exciting happen that I missed?
Not, not that I know of.
Not really.
What if we're all under so much duress that we always look for something to be happening? You know, all right. And what I mean is sometimes I feel guilty if I even relax just a little bit, like waiting for the shoe to drop. The world's gonna end. We're all gonna die. There's something coming all the time, and it almost makes your hypervigilance kind of go haywire. And I mean, isn't it okay if we're all like, you know what? The shit isn't hurtling any faster toward the fan. You know,
Yes,
we can all enjoy. You know what I mean?
definitely find a time to relax and enjoy.
Your Christmas card. You're absolutely right.
Anything. I mean, anything
Mm-hmm.
good that gives you joy. There's always something. My daughter and I today, we set up a corner by the deck with flowers and different pots, table and chairs, or they're just sitting on the. I don't know. I like it.
Mm-hmm.
Rather something on the ground, like pebbles or anything, instead of all the leaves just piled there. The oak leaves are
Right.
horrible right now.
It's one
But
of
the
the hard.
process is lovely, you know? Like Bob is saying, go outside as much as I can. There's something about nature and being just, I don't know. I think we can worry ourselves to the end of our lives and never even taken a breath, been like, it was a good ride and everything's fine. I got to this point, and you never
Exactly.
appreciated it along the way, then, you know.
Yeah.
You probably don't have it that far south. I don't know. But I remember just when the spring came and a light jacket, but the rain had stopped and the air smells sweet when you go for the walk. There's a sweetness of it.
Oh yeah.
Oh, and
Oh,
definitely music.
And the trees are just starting to get buds on it and all that.
yeah, I'm
Night
loving
kiss
it.
off.
Night kiss off. Have a good night.
And you
Time
know
to get
the best of that walk? That 3-year-old little girl you call your daughter with her hand in yours.
Yes,
Mm-hmm.
I saw a mug today advertised, and it was the cutest thing. It, the mother's hand, and um, you can see these little hands holding on to her thumb, a finger, and then it's got the child's name written on the arm. And I was like, now that is cute on a coffee mug. Then it's got flowers all in the background.
yeah.
Anyway,
Yeah, true. I'm sure that's. I haven't been out at sea for a couple of months, but I'm sure that land smells really good.
Hmm.
Yeah, I keep my bird bath full so they come and get a drink. Still need to get
Yeah.
the bird feeders. There's my timer again. I'm doing Morse code.
The hummingbirds are sweet. Man, I see
I
some
love
sometimes out front, right? It's like they, those wings, I don't know what the rate of speed is, but it's something pretty remarkable. But they're so controlled and they're looking around, they're doing their thing. Like it's just, I don't know, you don't see it all year. And then you see this excitement. And for me, man, I'll watch them as long as I can see them, you
Yeah,
know,
same here.
like until they go away because they're so quick and they're doing a couple of
Mhm.
flowers and then flying off. But I will gaze as long as possible, or with butterflies, which this time of year they're coming up soon for some of us, you know.
Yeah.
I try to keep a lot of flowers and stuff for them to mingle on.
Hmm.
That's when I put that in that corner, that's where we found that snake eating the frog. And my daughter said, "Oh, great. Now you're giving them things to crawl up on even easier." And I just looked at her and I'm like, I'm the only one that sits out here. What are you worried about? And I always, before I sit down now, I check that corner because I don't like snakes.
My
Yeah,
mom's
but
like
Earth,
that way. She can't even look at one on TV. If it's one on TV, she doesn't look the other way.
Star in my ID in order to be able to echo it. I played a video about that um, from Redacted with Ron Paul saying that it's just another form of control and power.
It's for your own safety and well-being.
Yes.
Can't have you
Isn't
just all willy-nilly going on vacation wherever you want to. Shh.
right? We have to babysit you because you
Just
don't know how
imagine the
to.
chaos that'll incur if you do that. No, no, no.
Yeah.
yeah, it's for your own safety for sure.
Yeah.
Um, I think there's positives and negatives because in order to get the enhanced real ID, you have to show birth certificate, you know, and if they were voting laws and rules, that would be great. Like the slick slope is the chip containing more and more and more information. And it's not just the US, like there are countries, there's some videos the internet is a vast place. In China in particular, they have had this system in place forever. Your face unlocks your apartment building. There are social credit scores. There are some countries where you have to use your phone to get your food stamps or your of public
Yeah.
assistance, and you have to show it at the register. But if you fucked up that week or bought something weird online, frozen, it's already here. It's actually the U.S. I would say is actually a little bit more behind compared to a lot of Asian countries. Um, this will all be triangulated into the cameras going into our street lamps, and you know all those solar panels. Look closely, their cameras, traffic things. Oh, we don't store it for more than 30 days. Okay, we're not going to use it to track and find people. Oh, so why is it there then? why is it there? You know, like they're building this around us, and that idea is only one part of it.
Texas has had that on the driver's license for several years.
Hmm.
My kids and grandkids were showing me because I was like, don't get the new ID thing. And I was describing it, and they're like, we already have it. They've been doing this for a while. I said, what?
Yep. You can circumvent it a little bit with a passport because you can fly in U.S. airports with a passport and a basic ID at allegedly at this moment. Um, but how many passport right on hand ready? Some do, some don't. You know, so there's extra steps that you can push this back. But I think the web being woven figuratively and literally and proverbially, you're not going to be able to hide from it at some point. Your phone is one of the pings, your ID is one of the pings, anything in your home that's run with something smart is one of the pings. Now let me get you a smart bidet and a smart washer, and anywhere you go out on the street, it's a ping. Like they're making it pretty much your car pings, you know,
Yes.
computers all in that shit. So you can go out naked and do your stuff, leave your phone at home in a older modded vehicle and kind of stay off the ping, but there's no hiding. None.
And I don't want to see a bunch of naked people running around.
Right? Or assless chaps. You probably, you know, no shirt, no shoes, no service. You got to compromise. You know.
Yeah, no worries. You know, it's hot out here for a pimp.
Hmm.
Mm.
Except for some public ones you have to pay for, ladies.
Dude, Ladysmith, the government set aside millions of dollars to research smart toilets. And the way they're going to sell it to people is that it'll basically do a stool test every time you take a shit. Now, think about it. All right. There's
Oh my
something on
goodness.
the internet, the commode. No, thank you. I'd rather dig a hole in the backyard. Like, but people are
Mm.
going to sign up for it. Now, I could see it if you had, you know, they're going to market it for probably diabetes, um, things that can be monitored with that matter, your urine and other faculties. All right, they are honing in technology to send you a thing on your smartwatch that says, "Hey, that was a peculiar poo. Why don't you send us a scoop of that?" I shit you not.
Oh, there's a movie. What was it? Was I just watching a trailer of it where they it was a trailer. It's that new one, um, Crud, and they have you. I think it's your phone tells your temperature, and if you have the least little bit of fever, they come to get you.
Mm-hmm. Oh, so it like makes body scanning easier.
Mm-hmm.
I knew someone that had that smartwatch. It drove me bloody nuts. First thing in the morning, blood pressure, the conventional way. And you're
Mm-hmm.
talking to her, and she says, "Shut up." And I thought, what did I say? My watch just told me to stand up. Uh, what?
I'm here.
Ah,
What was,
The
what
movie you
was
were
the
talking about, Bunny, was called Songbird.
Songbird? That's it. Thank you. I knew you would know. I
Pretty
think
interesting movie, though. I mean, with the trailer, I hadn't seen the movie, but yeah, the trailer.
I don't know. Looks like everyone's worst nightmare to me.
Yeah,
I did not see it either. Songbird is what you said the movie was.
Yes.
Let me see
I
here.
think the
Okay.
trailer is YouTube. You can look it up.
That was Sandra Bullock, right?
I don't think so. This is a new
I
one.
might be one. Okay.
You're thinking of the one you're thinking of with Sandra Bullock. It's called Birdcage, where she
Okay,
had to
yeah.
where they had to have the blinders over their eyes.
Yeah, she was blindfolded like in a boat or some shit. I didn't see that one. I just like clips of it. Songbird, I'm not sure what that is either. Huh.
I think Wildlife put it in profit.
It's like a futuristic, it's what do they call it, dystopian society after some type of illness, but
Mm-hmm.
it was like I forget how many years of lockdown. It was like years of lockdown, you know, like very limited interaction or doing certain things. And yeah, if you triggered certain meters or uh, could be deemed ill, probably wouldn't be very good for you.
That's the real enemy, y'all.
Yeah.
We talk a lot about civil this and martial law that and what'll happen with so and so going to jail, whatever. The real enemy, we're not stopping it, and it's Big Brother, for lack of a better term, for everything that means.
Yeah.
Surveillance state. Like the movie Wall-E was pretty prophetic.
Yeah, the robot. Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
I remember one, gosh, years ago. I think it was called Machines. When the machines all just started doing what they wanted to do. Toasters, it didn't matter.
Oh, you're thinking of the movie Maximum Overdrive,
Is that what it was?
where the truck started driving themselves, and yeah, the toaster started going haywire, and the
Yes.
soda machine started spitting out sodas at the little league baseball team.
And the people were stuck in a convenience store or
Yeah,
something.
it was like a diner or convenience store. Yeah,
Yes.
I think it
That's
was a young Emilio Estevez was in that movie. You had the 118 wheeler that had the big like Green Goblin head on the front of it.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was an interesting movie.
Chessboard. Question. Even through metal?
Oh
Just
yeah,
yeah.
to a certain degree, I would imagine so.
Hmm. Well, I had heard that they were looking at skeletal movements in the home, see what your daily patterns were, see how fit you were, all that stuff.
A lot of the watches do that already, you know. Or just like your phone in your pocket, it's so sensitive it can detect if it's you walked that many miles or you drove that many miles
Yeah.
or rode, either way.
Yeah. That's
Sorry.
when I went on the trip. I was like, I'm only using cash, so nobody knows where I am. Well, ding dong, you got your cell phone. You're mapping out your route on your cell phone, looking at destinations.
Yeah.
You ever seen those? Remember, there was a time they showed the kind of the future, and I never seen where it was real. It's like a wall of little doors, see through, and you get your food. You know, if you want a salad, you know, you put your 50 cents in or whatever.
Yeah.
When they showed them, and you know, you want a bowl of soup, and you know, did they ever came to fruition? Do you ever see anything like that where they actually used it?
I don't know. Probably somewhere.
You know what I mean? A wall, and behind it is all the servers, and they put the different plates out of what you want. And you put your money in and open the window, and like a cafeteria type of thing. That was one of the projected futuristic, you know.
The Forbidden Project.
Mm. Mm.
Orson Welles. I've heard that name.
1984, baby.
Yeah. Definitely Orson Welles.
And they loved Big Brother. Oh, George Orwell. Wait, Orson Welles. Oh, George Orwell is 1984. Orson Welles. Man, that rhymes kind of in a reverse way.
Yes.
Yeah, Orson Welles was not 1984. It was George Orwell. Yep.
Didn't Orson Welles do the Radio City Music Hall of the landing of the aliens? Wasn't he one of the voices?
Perhaps.
When everybody believed that it was real. Mm.
War of the World.
Yeah. Yep, we need a Big Brother club.
Sand the floor. Somebody's sanding wood. Sand the floor. These authors, now I'm looking back at like the authors and the names of the thing and like, dang it, everything's backwards. Okay, so War of the Worlds. And that's the one that did the radio broadcast. Okay, gotcha. Yep. Man, that's crazy. Oh, chessboard. How much cash you have with the strips. That makes sense. Those strips.
But they said they put the strips in to tell it wasn't counterfeit. Imagine that.
I still think cash will always have value and exist. I know that everything is going digital, but the powers that be are going to use a combo of cash, gold perhaps, but it'll still have it there. But they are definitely going to want to know how much any of us may or may not have. Like, you cannot go many places anymore and pay with a $50 bill. Restaurants or the Walmarts or whatever, you know, there's certain spots you've got to use a 20 or below. Like, they're making cash a hassle. And Blue Butterfly, I agree. I try to use it as well. Like, don't let them take over with that mindset. Cash is still going to have value.
Yeah. How can it not? You go in your debit card and say, sorry, Interact is down. You know, like, it's always going to come down.
Yeah.
There's cash. I could see the 50, even if you know it's good, but it traded your change, you know. everybody came in with a 50, for a $10 item, you'd soon have a drawer full of 50s.
Sure. Bonnie and I have both worked cash registers, and you had a till that you anticipated when you went to the bank, you would turn in money and you would order for your tills that you anticipated average, you get these kind of bills, even if you pay with a 50 or 100, it's only so much change they're going to get back. And that's going to be $20 or less. You see what I'm saying?
Right.
But most cashiers are given a certain till, right? And that's
Yeah,
all
but the store itself anticipates the average, because if you're, you know what I mean? Like, not very many people pay for a $18 receipt with a $100 bill. That would eat 4 of your 20s, but that's not really the average of how it goes. They know.
Well, I can remember when $2 filled your car up. But if somebody gave you a 20 or a 50, you kind of go like, can't you deal with this before you got here?
Yeah.
But,
Jerry says, keep the older coins. Why do y'all think they started doing the Coinstar? You can turn in all your change and get 80 cents on the dollar or a gift card or whatever. And then in COVID, there was a big thing at like retail stores. We don't have change. Like, we don't have coin change. You have to slide a card. Everybody has change. There's change everywhere. They started collecting it with the Coinstars and cash machines, and then about 4 or 5 years ago, y'all know what I'm talking about, all of a sudden it was like, no coins, no cash, we can't give you change or whatever.
Yeah, I remember that.
Hey, Boo. Did you hear Ron Paul in that video? He said when gold was $35 an ounce, but when you weren't allowed to have it. And I was like, oh, he just put that out there too. Whoa.
Right.
I remember there being wafers of gold in 72. Jewelers and that, they had certain jewelers. I think it was JM Jewelers was accepted as purity. You know what I mean? If they said this wafer was, point whatever, it was accepted. It was stamped, right? And there's a gold wafer.
Yeah. When we went to the lake, I was picking up rocks, granite rocks, that you can see the little flecks of, I don't know if it's copper or gold. My daughter said it was gold, but I heard there's gold in granite.
Yeah, there is. Absolutely. And there's a few things that have a similar glisten, but for sure, gold, mica, silicates, I want to say pyrite is the fool's.
Pyrite, fool's gold.
Yeah. But you can find gold.
Yeah. You can find granite anywhere around here. It's all over the place. Just huge boulders of it.
It's just hard to get out because granite is really hard. Granite and marble are really hard, but they're like veined with all kinds of wonderful minerals, Good night, Jerry.
Night, Jerry.
You can see crystalline structures, you can see gold veins, you can see just about anything. It's such a hard stone. It's like, well, how do you get it out of there? Like, harvesting it. But think about how some of the old buildings are granite or marble, and what it would have taken to carve and shine and perfect some of these things. Like, it's amazing. Just, yeah, for sure.
I think the exact name was called iron pyrite, wasn't it? That was what it was
Oh, is
called.
it iron pyrite? Yeah.
Hang on to your meteorite.
Well, they are worth a lot of money. Like, people who find meteorites in fields, or these stones, they do sell for quite a bit. Now, my thing is how to identify a meteorite versus a just particularly heavy rock, because I have found some things and I'm like, what is this? It doesn't really look like bedrock or earthly. And the pieces can be small but super heavy, and that's what I kind of think about. Maybe the, but I don't know.
I think the densest thing is lead, is it not? The densest.
I think so.
Perhaps.
We have a lot of copper too.
Ooh. What are we talking about? Gold and silver here. Oh, there's a tiny bit of real gold and pyrite, Rabbit says, and then Chessboard said gold and okay, I'm not sure. It's hard to follow chat, you guys, because messages go out of order and whatever.
Uranium.
Yeah. Oh, uranium. So, Bob, are you saying uranium is the heaviest, not iron?
Densest. Yeah.
Yeah. Super interesting.
I don't even know if I would know a meteorite if I saw it. Once I saw it land.
Right.
Let's look that up.
How many people run around and say, get the uranium out of your butt?
Yeah, uranium out of Uranus. That's a Uranus rock if I ever saw one. Mm-hmm. Oh, that's interesting, Bob. For armor-piercing artillery. That's interesting.
Gosh, these men are brutal with their exes.
Turning guns, that's because you're such a good cook. You were such a good chef. You're the best chef in the world. That's why she was so dense. Why you got a dog her for enjoying your art. Your pure genius. She obviously loved it. What's the problem? Unless he means dense in the head. That's different. In that case, you matched.
What time is it? He's still judgy.
Sucker for punch.
I don't think it would matter what you say. It's your voice. These men seem to really like your voice.
We all know he doesn't listen. None of them do. It's like AI. Yeah, that's something you guys, though, like Chessboard brings up commodities, and they're talking about the prices of silver, gold. We're kind of on this vein of thought right here. And that is something, the economic reset to kind of wonder about, because I think it's pushing into this digital. And they made a big deal about Klaus Schwab. Well, if I'm not mistaken, his son is moving up close to his spot, or Klaus is like still in there somewhere. His tendrils are deep. You know what I mean? He might have to be like, oh, I'm resigning or fired or whatever label you want to give it, but the power structure is still there. They're still going to carry on. And what does that look like for the rest of us?
Yeah.
Who does control it, Well, what do you mean, Rabbit? When the collapse happens, they no longer have the ability to manipulate silver or gold. I think that gives them the most ability to manipulate it, because the collapse will be for the plebes, which is us.
Yeah. And that's why bartering, being on the jewelry.
Yeah, I agree with bartering, Bonnie. I think that we underestimate how much can you get done with what you need in your life, whether you barter eggs for milk from someone, or skills and services. Let's say you're a electrician, and someone needs a plumber, and vice versa, and it works out. Or you know what I mean? Bartering skills, commodities, stuff like that. We underestimate that. I still think there's value in that.
Yeah. It's true. It's true. It's
Let's hope it doesn't get to that.
wheat used to be measured in silver.
Mm-hmm. Well, everything used to be all about salt. Currency, the main currency of value for a long time, were spices and salt. I see what you mean, Rabbit. The price levels out to their true values. We're at a point, it's so inflated, man. The true value is still kind of relative, to what they value it at. I hope silver is still affordable to stack, but they're always going to keep an inflated view on gold and cash, I believe. In Minecraft, I'm not in any way informed on this topic per se. All right, I'm just saying that's what I think. It'll still hold it.
Yeah. Hey, D Dog.
2856. Not just gold, but real estate and land. Look at what the elite are stacking. They're stacking gold. They're making sure to have land all over the place in diverse areas. So look at what they're doing. Now, why would they be doing that? You can't imagine they're, with all the inside knowledge they have, that they're going to make bad commitments.
Yeah.
Even for places in the country that are safe or not. Mark Zuckerberg, Oprah, a few of them allegedly have spots in Hawaii. And then there's some who have spots over in Martha's Vineyard. And then there's some who have spots in Italy. And it's like, where are they hedging their bets? And I assume they know more than the average person, as far as if something nefarious outside of Mother Nature, some natural event, earthquake or something, right? but I think they probably know more about a longer term plan than the rest of us. So where are they hunkering in? Yes, I agree, Rabbit. Silver is easier for trade, but
Hmm.
1,000 ounces is
A lot.
a lot. That's 1,000 ounces is Nino
Last I
math.
looked,
Is that
it was,
about
I think it was 32 an ounce the last time I looked. I don't know
okay?
what
So
it is.
about 32,000 worth of silver per person as it stands in Minecraft,
And who can afford to do that?
right? That's a lot. That's a lot of silver.
Mm,
Wildlife not napping.
Probably.
allegedly.
Yeah. Yeah.
33.46. Right now. Yeah.
33.46. That's wild. It's like doubled in, yeah. Oh, me too, Rapid.
Yeah.
Even a few years ago, I remember at 18 an ounce, I'd be collecting my junk coins and thinking I'm ahead of the game. 33.46 right now, that's wild.
Yeah.
I can remember silver struggling at $5 an ounce.
Right? Well, I think gold is off the rails. It's kind of unattainable for the average you and me, or just speaking for myself, I think it was about 3,200 an ounce last time I saw
Something
it,
like
something
that.
like that.
Over
Like, that
3.
is unattainable.
Yes.
And for an ounce, that's nothing. Like a 1 ounce coin is kind of like a silver dollar size coin. You know what I mean? Mm.
Yeah. Good question, D-Dog. Because if for some reason you have to leave your home, shut my door, baby.
Like everybody can hear them. I can hear them from outside.
That's wildlife, not me. Quiet down there, young fella.
Oh, she's.
Can you imagine the social impact of today's climate? Consider yourself on a Georgia beach, and it's a nudist beach, and wildlife comes up to you and says, "Papers, please." How do you answer him?
Which papers? You know, we had that with the 5 years ago. Certain places you had to show proof of jab ID, you know?
Yeah.
It's just.
One time a driver's license was all you needed. Something like that. Hmm. Not anymore.
The American Eagles are, I mean, if you're lucky, you can find like 10% above spot, which, so right about now, be just under $40. Those are 0.99, I think. And so the purity is really good. I love to look on eBay for junk rolls, quote unquote junk silver, which is not 0.99, it's 0.90 for things like mercury dimes or quarters before 64 or whatever, because I think those might be more tradable. That, you know, like the 1 ounce eagles for a larger purchase, for sure. But then, like, you know, mercury dime right now is going to be worth about probably $2.50 for its 10-cent base. And that's a realistic thing maybe for smaller trades or purchases. And yes, Rabbit, I love buying junk silver. You can find a lot of people with estate sales or stuff. They don't realize what they have. And some of those coins are worth a lot, collector's value. Depends on the year and the mintage. And if you're a numismatist and you look into this, you'll know which ones, right? But just like buying junk rolls, you never know what you'll find. And they carry quite a bit. Oh, yeah, Lady Smith.
There's
Yep.
still some channels out there going to the bank for a box of 50-cent pieces and quarters, going through them, which I'm amazed at what they find. These are American channels,
Right.
you know, 'cause I haven't found any real Canadian ones. And the
Well,
odd
even
time,
some of the US half dollars are still 40% up. Rabbit might know the year, but 1964 and before for US coins, some of the halves, they retain some value until, I don't know, unless you have a proof set, a silver proof set. I think it's like 68 or 70. But Canadian coins and British coins, y'all don't sleep on European coins. I also, when you go to like eBay and you click on, if you're looking at silver, like junk coins, right? Click on other countries, because people are getting rid of that shit because everything went to the euro, and they still have coins in their little rolls, right? That are 90% silver, even from Canada, just the same. And you can find them in there. You can find like some gems.
yeah.
No.
I often think when I had my 2 paper routes, all that silver.
Right.
Of course, you had to pay for the stuff, right? But anyway. Occasionally in the rolls, a guy finds the 40s, from the 40s, quarters, and not too often.
Right.
But I could be wrong. You don't own those coins of your own country. The mint does, technically.
You know, you own the metal. It's in my damn hand.
Yeah.
I mean, go to the bank as well, take a $20 bill and ask if they have $2 bills. And because we aren't making them anymore, you can end up, and banks do carry them. Go up and ask them. Presidential coins, state coins, and like $2 bills, because again, the collector's value is going to go beyond the $2 or the whatever, simply because they're not made anymore. They're becoming more and more rare. They're being seized. People aren't keeping them, you know.
Yeah. You can order them for a small fee too.
Well, if you go to the bank, there is no fee. You're trading $20 for 10 $2 bills, you know, no fee. Ask them if they have it. And if they do, you can buy it straight up here at the bank.
Yeah. Did they quit printing them? I thought they would eventually.
I think so.
They're very low print rate anyway.
Yeah.
Because of their history.
Bonnie, you were a little bit muffled. Were you talking to us? I heard your voice, but I couldn't hear you.
Oh, chessboard mentioned the Hunt brothers. I don't know who that is.
Hunt brothers. Oh, so they must have been hunting for some kind of coins or something.
The other thing too is I think your quarters had Jefferson or Washington on them, but the wear rate, you know, if it's worn right down, you can't see any detail on the effigy. How much silver is gone?
Right.
You know,
Rubbed off.
um,
Well, that's why people weigh them.
hmm.
Even if you have these coins, if you find someone who collects silver or gold or whatever, they don't just grab the coin. They literally weigh it on like a kitchen scale or a,
Yeah.
you know, similar with jewelry. You know, they'll weigh the frame of the gold or whatever.
Yeah.
I read. Go ahead. Sorry.
I was just gonna say, I know Sheena, the silver that she sells, she gets the, is it 925?
Mm-hmm.
And she sells it pretty cheap.
925 is 92.5% silver. And yep, it would go by kind of the weight and the size. Yeah, that's the most common one in jewelry. I have a lot of silver jewelry. I'm sure a lot of women in here do, or men too. You look on the inside, it says 925 sterling or whatever, and it's 92.5%.
I think the next one to that is 800. Next step down.
Mm-hmm. Well, then platinum is an interesting one because platinum, if you with jewelry, it'll be like 0.9, like 0.90, so it's like 90%. And platinum, no one talks about, and I don't know a lot about it, but I just think it's interesting because it's between gold and silver in value. You know, I'm not sure where people see it on the commodities market, but you can find platinum mostly in the jewelry world. Like I can't even think of a coin that would be platinum, and they do the same thing. It's by weight, percentage. I don't know what the value base is for platinum, but is it more than gold, Lady Smith?
It's more than gold, I think, from what little I see.
Okay, I thought it was like right under gold and above silver. Okay, more valuable than gold. Interesting. I wonder why that is.
Old silverware at flea markets and thrift. That's a good idea.
It is. Some is plated, but some is actually silver.
Oh, okay. Of course they're from Texas.
Texas silver market, huh? That makes sense though, because the Southwest has a lot of silver, like Nevada. I think Nevada is the silver state or something like that. But down in the Southwest, there's silver, opals. Oh, for sure, Rabbit. Yeah. Lady Smith says cleaner. I think she's talking about platinum. What I think about when I hear platinum is, oh, there he went. Good night, Watt. Good night, Watt Life. You hear about, well, I heard about platinum-based chemotherapy because I knew someone going down with cancer, and like platinum was what was used in something with the treatment with that. It wasn't gold or silver, it was specifically platinum. And I don't know why. I don't know a lot about it. I'm just saying when I hear about platinum and the value, I'm like, well, does it have like some kind of healing property? Is it something else, the way it conducts something. I don't know.
I
Yeah, I
don't
think
either.
it's more towards electronics, isn't it?
Hmm.
Conductive material for some things. I don't know.
Right?
It was so expensive, you never really thought about it, right? You just,
Right.
oop.
Well, we see a lot of metals used in cures over time in Minecraft, things to fix things in Minecraft, of course. Nobody is a doctor here, but even mercury back in the day was used for syphilis, allegedly, or, and we find evidence of mercury in the Egyptian tombs and in, like cauldrons or containers of where they were using mercury for antibacterial or virals or whatever. So it's interesting how we use metals like that.
Yeah.
I always thought mercury was toxic in any form.
Was it platinum that was in the catalytic converters? What was
Oh.
it?
Yeah, you're right. There's something in there because a converter could cost you $1,000 easy to replace.
Brew W, I think it's gold, says silver and computer chips. I know some weirdos who hoard old cell phones and computer boards because there's trace bits of gold wiring that, if you add it up with the price of gold today, has some value, allegedly,
It was platinum. Rabbits.
You're spot on, Virginia. There's gold in a very trace amount.
Palladium. Mm. Interesting.
Solar panels have silver. Okay.
Huh.
Would they work better if they had gold, platinum, or palladium? Or is silver a inexpensive way to do it? And I mean, I'm asking legit about the conductivity. It's kind of what we're talking about. Is that the best for a solar panel, Rabbit, or are the great solar panels another conduit?
I think there's less flexibility, or whatever word I'm looking for. It's more continuous electricity
Mm-hmm.
rather than little blips. There's a word I can't think of. Not
Okay.
conductivity.
Well,
Constant.
no, I think you're pretty much hitting it. Me no math or science, but I think we're kind of hitting it here. So he's saying silver is the best conductor for electricity besides water. That's very appropriate, isn't it, Rabbit? Silver, water, the moon, conducting energy. Mama knows, baby. Rabbit knows what I'm saying.
It's the way the electrons line up. The way the electrons line up in the material.
Night blue. Take care.
Good night.
Millennia's ring is platinum.
Yeah, could be. Kind of interesting to break down what the value of these things are and why to the folks running us. Yeah, Rabbit. Mama knows. Mama knows.
It's naked in the boom.
I remember when the mint up here said they've achieved 0.99999 purity. And I thought, what for? To make, why? Where is that in the gold market, It's just an experiment to me.
So Anna's saying Mother Earth needs gold too.
Hmm.
To,
Right.
I mean, I know copper helps things grow. What is the gold do?
Well, it's a conductor of energy, kind of like a circuit board. And our plants grow. The whole world is surrounded, actually runs on fungus. It comes down to like a fungal. Um, I digress. But yeah, Mother Earth would need the gold to conduct the power from the sun. You know, the sun and the gold are connected. The energy we get from that to for life, to create life, whether it's trees or ourselves. If the sun left us, we'd be screwed as a species. We'd be done. It would take maybe a little bit. We could make artificial suns and LED lights, but we cannot be nurtured or fertile without the sun. And that's what I see in her statement. Now, Ann Garvey, if I'm not seeing what you're seeing, then please tell us. But that's what
You
I think it
remember
is.
the big copper wristband fad?
Yeah.
Supposed to, whatever, get rid of your arthritis and all kinds of things.
Hmm.
I don't know.
Yeah, but look into using copper in gardening. This is a great rabbit hole. Like copper wires, I guess. In It's called like electra something gardening. And it harnesses the energy from the sun, from everything that makes things grow, and you're allegedly going to see better results if you put copper around your plants. And it's not the same thing as gold, I understand, but the concept of the benefits is what I'm saying. Growth, one way or another. Hmm. Okay. Yeah, electroculture. Thank you, Rabbit. I couldn't think of the word. It's electroculture. It's absolutely fascinating. Hmm.
One ounce of gold will cover a football field. Whoa.
Hmm. Well, you can pound it out super thin, like thinner than paper thin, and that's what I'm picturing chessboard is saying. Like gold it's extremely malleable. It's a manipulatable substance. It can be made very thin. It's not like super hard like iron. Like gold is one of the softest metals, and you can get it, yeah, like transparent thin. Yeah, so I could see a football field for now, sure.
That's interesting. Maybe then.
Huh. Canopy.
Isn't it funny? You have the Copper Age, the Iron Age, the Stone Age, and you have no Gold Age.
Yeah.
We're in the gold age right now. Trump says that constantly. This is the golden
Age.
yeah.
I was say maybe that's where we are now.
Yep.
But I don't know. It just seems weird. The golden egg, the golden, the things that they're symbolizing with the gold.
Don't forget the story of the golden calf. Just saying.
Yeah. Or the golden apple, the apple of discord. Yeah. The golden age rabbit is the precursor to the fall of an empire for sure. And you have factions of power around us. The Golden Dawn is what Trump is associated with. The Phoenix is what the other side is associated with. So you have the Golden Dawn and the Phoenix in this consistent struggle for balance and power. I think he's made it pretty clear. Even the internet thing I'm talking about being woven around us with all the Starlings and the cell phones and the ID cards and whatever, Trump calls it the Golden Dome. He literally says, and he'll say it very quickly, we're working on this Golden Dome. Well, what exactly is that, sir? And then he'll go on to something about some illegal or whatever, right?
Mm-hmm.
People are sleeping on that term. Golden Dome, Golden Age, Golden whatever, all right?
Yeah.
As above, so below. The hands, the triangle movement, up or down, that's the Golden Dawn versus the Phoenix, period.
Oh, wow. Pilot helmets, visors, aircraft glass, spacecraft.
Yeah.
I remember watching a documentary, they called it The Ascent of Money. And the primary thing when I look at it was portability. What you have of value, can you, like the Roman soldiers, the pieces of silver and what you carry with you, more or less.
Right. Mary Freeland says, I have heard, Mary, my chat jumped. I have heard Trump say the Golden Dome over us. Then someone else said, and Garvey, maybe take the gold from the Vatican, put it back where it belongs. People have connected that with the Pope.
And then Bob.
Talk about Fort Knox with Mary, which would be the gold.
Yeah. Fort Knox was all big and we're going to do this. And
what happened?
Yeah. Not a sound.
Not a peep. Not a peep.
I could be wrong. They say Pope Francis was, for the lack of a better word, liberal, open. I kind of think we're going to get an ultra-conservative Pope in now. That's what I think.
Huh.
I don't know.
We'll have to see who they vote in. I'm not Catholic. I don't know who's like kind of next in line, because just like our government bodies, there's a hierarchy in the Catholic Church, and I don't know enough about it to say if it'll be a conservative dude or not. It will be interesting though, see because the Pope who just passed away was actually a usurper. It was, I believe, Benedict who was elected Pope several years ago, and then all of a sudden they kicked out Benedict and made it the one who just passed. I can't think of his name. I'm drawing a blank on his name right now. Francis. Okay, but Benedict had actually been elected, and he was Pope for a hot minute. Then all of a sudden, this Francis dude gets put in there, kind of like Kamala taking over Biden's spot for election. They just replaced him, And I don't know what happened there. I don't know. I don't know what to say. I don't want to disrespect any Catholic. It did seem like a usurper was placed there. But who knows what they're going to bring next?
Yep.
I believe it was Francis that said, if a man, what he's saying, I can't do it verbatim, is gay, but he carries and follows the word of God, he preaches the word of God, who am I to judge him? That was kind of his outlook.
Right. Yeah, he was known as progressive, for lack of a better term.
That's a better term, yeah.
Yeah, very much so.
Interesting.
Yeah, John Dunning. There's some ancient paintings where the sun in the sky is not the sun that you and I see as the sun, but it's actually Saturn. The Saturn that we understand, with the rings and what have you, which leads into Saturnalia and Kronos and the Greek gods, right? But allegedly, Saturn was the one that people would see in the sky up close, the way we see the sun now. And so that was a golden age. Now, that age, I'm not sure how many years ago it was, but it existed in the history books, and interesting interpretation to be had there for sure. Because Saturn is the father of the sickle. Saturn is Chronos, time, chronology. He's holding a hourglass, and then we have the sun of God, which at the time was Saturn, became our sun, the Helios or Apollon, or Ra. And so it's a very interesting interweaving of timelines with. I was also thinking, I know my mind is frenetic right now on this whole sun god thing, but I was also thinking with, I don't know if it was Mary, or I'm scrolling back, but I can't find it, but about gold being in our veins. Anne Garvey. Gold is in the veins of the earth. Okay, so if you the Anunnaki, some people believe, and this is like Sumerian, that they came here to make us slaves to harvest gold because they needed gold for like monoatomic gold for like eternal, needed it for some kind of energy source, for some kind of, it's either for their bodies or their location or whatever. They may or may not have come from Mars, but kind of bringing this full circle as much as I can. The gold thing, the gold fast may have come from Babylonian, Sumerian, and it was Enki and Enlil and all of that from Mars that used us to find gold. And this goes back to the Egyptians. The pyramids were shellacked in gold. They were covered in gold. It has all worn off at this point, but it was a very thin layer of gold. Saturn, yes, Rabid, understood, yes. And their father was Uranus. Like, we can get deep into this, but
right.
John Dunning says Anu from sky, Anum, Sumerian was the divine personification of the sky, king of the gods. The other thing about the word Anu is, think about the word annual. So Anunnaki, just like Saturn, Chronos, chronology, are measurements of time. And so the cycles we're talking about, the golden age, the silver age, the iron age, the bronze age, you know, this or that, goes so far back. Yeah, Rabbit, I see you, Rabbit. Rabbit, you know I see you and you see me, all right? It's just hard to get the words out, and there's so much information in.
Yeah.
Wasn't it Ethiopia that is it Ethiopia that the pharaohs conquered for the spices and the silks and the gold and the jewels? Nubia.
Nubia. Okay, I see what you mean. You start looking at the Greek and the Asian mythologies, and they are pretty well intermingled. Like Aphrodite was Oriental, Venus was Oriental. There are some Roman deities that became Egyptian ones that all end up in a biblical context. Like there's a lot of intermingling here of cultures and what they perceived and how they described it. And I think it's fascinating. I'm reading chat and trying to think at the same time. Yes, Rabbit, which relates to Solomon, and Sol, Sol is the sun. One of the oldest books of the book of Mark, which is in the New Testament, Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John. In that account in that testimony of Jesus, he said, Helios, why have they forsaken me? Now, in some of the other ones, it's God, why, or Father, why have they forsaken me? And in Mark specifically, in the oldest translated text, it says Helios. Helios, like heliocentric, is the sun god. And so it's just like a crazy intermingling of how were they described, and what did they see? Monty says it's Enki and Enlil that were brothers. And you have the same thing with Cain and Abel. Enki and Enlil are Babylonian. Cain and Abel are in the Old Testament. Remus and Romulus were the sons of Ares, and that's where we get the name Rome, the city of Rome, which is where we have the Vatican. And then all these things combined with the Catholic religion, and this kind of all started from the Pope. So it just kind of shows the weaving that happened between Asia, Africa, and Europe that built this. We built this city on rock and roll. Yeah, Rabbit, that's what it is. Romulus and Remus.
We built this city on rock and roll.
Yeah. Was that Jefferson Starship? Or
I think so.
You know what I'm saying? We built this city. But you notice how there's two brothers that changed the course of everything. Like Cain and Abel is one. Romulus and Remus is one. Enki and Enlil is one, right? Asia, what I already said. And one of them is the bad one, the evil one. And one of them sets the course for the age, whether it's a golden age or a fertile age or whatever, you know.
You know, you mentioned, Father, why hast thou forsaken me? Did he also write when he went to the Mount of Olives and said, Father, let this pass me by?
Mm-hmm.
Jesus asked not to have to go through it.
Right. Yeah, and organized religion, I do think that's where the brainwashing is. Whereas really seeing things and for what they are and who they are is pretty deep. It gives me a deeper appreciation and love for any of these ages that we're in, seeing how, I don't know, just taking away the brainwashing of it, I guess, the interpretation. Jacob and Esau. Fuck, Isaac and Ishmael, the sons of Abraham. I mean, that there's this story of brothers making two factions is just really interesting to me. It's pretty consistent.
Well, this has really been interesting, and it's like, oh my goodness. But I'm getting really hungry.
I am too, girl. I got a sandwich on my brain.
My stomach's sitting here just grumbling. Yep, always at war with each other.
Maybe
I
one
love
of
you
the
guys. I'll be in the box. Love you.
Thank you, Virginia. You have a good night.
Aw.
I need to close it up. I need to eat.
You beat.
Duality of man. So, brothers are just always in competition with each other, or they just don't get along? Oh. All right, y'all. Thank you for coming in. Great conversations, always. Y'all have a blessed night. Love y'all. Good night.
Are we clear? I'm not going to keep you very long.